Lynchburg City School Board meeting is in order. Ask for a motion for approval of agenda. Oh, no, Pledge of Allegiance, Dr. Day.
We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job.
Powerful.
Item D1, agenda approval. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I would like to amend the agenda.
What's your amendment?
I need a second for this, but I would like to amend the agenda to discuss the emphasis of Constitution Day beginning the week of September 17th.
So September 17th of this year,
Yes.
and discuss in every class, every school, how would you like?
I was going to bring that up in discussion that we
Okay.
discuss.
Second. Is there a second?
Yes, sir.
You have a motion, so
Where would we place it on the agenda?
Anywhere you like.
it'll be the
Perhaps.
new business, right?
I guess so.
Have to be new business.
Well, did we vote?
So is there any discussion on the amendment?
So there was a first and a second.
Second, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Madam Clerk, would you call the vote on the amended? Discussion, yes.
What does this entail? What are you asking?
I'm asking for a discussion on an emphasis of Constitution Day versus Constitution Week, or the history of the Constitution in the Lynchburg City Schools as it is done in other counties. I'd like to just discuss that during the new business.
What will happen is, once you discuss, then there has to be a approval by this board for it to be implemented.
Right.
Yeah, if there's a motion, and then motion approved.
Yeah,
This
but right
is-
now, we're just discussing the agenda.
It's an amendment. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio,
Yes.
Mr. Andrews,
Yes.
Dr. Day,
Yes.
Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
Dr. Carter,
No.
Mrs. Preston,
Yes.
Mr. DePaul,
Yes.
Ms. Laurie.
Yes.
Motion carries.
That becomes the item L3, new business, Constitution Day discussion. Any motions to approve the agenda as amended?
I move we
Approve.
approve agenda as amended.
Second?
Second by Ms. Lowry. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio,
Yes.
Mr. Andrews,
Actually, no. I like to amend the agenda if I could.
Oh, you more? Okay, oh,
Yeah.
there's another amendment, all right.
I wanted to amend the agenda to extend public comments by 30 minutes if we could, to allow these beautiful people to have an opportunity to talk.
Right. Second to the amendment,
I'll second that.
We're going to,
public
This is
comment
an
as part
extension
of
of the
policy,
public comment
30-minute
period.
thing.
I didn't know we had a limit as to, I thought it was just per person limit.
Right,
Fair enough, yes.
The second to the amendment. So you're basically going from the very beginning that we, with the intent, we'll have an hour-long public comment.
Second.
Second.
Seconded? Madam
Dr.
Clerk,
Day
would-
has already seconded.
all right, Madam Clerk, would you call, vote on the second amendment, please?
Mr. Gilio,
Yes.
Mr. Andrews.
Yes.
Dr. Day,
Yes.
Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
Dr. Carter,
Yes.
Mrs. Preston,
Yes.
Mr. DePaul,
Yes,
Mrs. Laurie.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, now we go to the amended agenda, two amendments. Any discussions on it? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio,
Yes.
Mr. Andrews.
Yes.
Dr. Day,
Yes.
Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
Dr. Carter,
Yes.
Mrs. Preston,
Yes.
Mr. DePaul,
yes.
Ms. Laurie.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item is a chair's comment. This is a new item on our school board, and I wanted to use this opportunity to talk to the kids I have and the parents I have in the back. Because if you think we let you down in last 1 week, I apologize for that. Our goal or objective is not to railroad something down your throat. Absolutely not. And I'm hoping all my colleagues on the stage will agree to that. We believe in developing a consensus. We believe in taking an opinion from the parents, but end of the day, this board is responsible for making decisions. So the decisions need to be made, but they need to be made in the right way, not the way me or Day or or Brother Andrews, anybody wants to make it. It has to be a joint decision by this board. So having said that, we'll go through the process today, and let's see how it pan out. There's no decisions already made. What you heard was a committee decision. Decision made by a committee, the vote was 2-1. It was not a unanimous vote, it was a 2-1. But then the decision, if ever comes, it depends on the committee's pleasure. It may come to the full school board for discussion and a vote. That has not happened. So for all you to get all upset, all hyped up, it's premature right now. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, no, no decision has been made yet. And because it has not come to the full school board for discussion. You have not seen this board discussing that pros and cons, ups and downs of any discussion at a committee level. Committee level discussions come down to the school board for approval, and there has to be a majority vote for any of those things to move forward. End of the day, we have to look for what is the best interest of the kids, and this board will make sure that interest of all the kids are kept in mind. We don't leave anybody out. And that will be the intent, and I hope I conveyed what I wanted to do. But again, I said, if prematurely we made you upset, I apologize on behalf of my colleagues and myself. That was not the intent. The intent is the bus was stuck and they needed to make some decision. They made it for the best information they had under those circumstances, but we need to now move forward. If that topic ever comes for discussion here, you're welcome to watch. It'll be all in public domain. There's no hide and seek. There's no, at least I'm on the board and chairing this, nothing will happen behind closed doors. And Dr. Edwards knows it's all fully transparent. And it'll be in public view. You can watch it from home. You can watch it here. But no decision will be made to displace your kids. Your kids is like our kids. The quality of their education is very important to us. And I believe in not catching you off guard. Things I have done in the last 1 week to make sure that nobody is kept off guard, irrespective of how much heat I take or don't take. So I may leave wounded from here, from my colleagues, but that's fine. But we'll do what's right, and we'll do what is good for these kids, what provides them the most appropriate environment and quality education. That's the most important thing. The superintendent is here to make sure that we have quality education of our young ones. And after that, I'll yield, this chair comment session is a new item, which I'll be yielding to the school board members. And today I was planning to yield to school board member Trost. He's stuck, he had a flat tire, he's coming back, and to Dr. Carter today. Dr. Carter, would you like to say something?
Yes, I'll say this. Today I learned a new acronym, which was Brutal Facts of Reality, BFOR. And some of the brutal facts, I'll just talk about 3. A reality is that oftentimes when we're talking about this facility studies, some say, let's take the emotion out of it. But this is an emotional topic. The emotion can't be taken out of it. When you're talking about changing where if neighborhood schools, changing where your child goes, that's an emotional topic. I was involved in this some years ago, I don't want to say how many, when I had to go to Heritage High School instead of going to EC Glass. And if you've ever gone through that, it makes a difference. You adjust, but it does make a difference. The other brutal fact is you have to be careful what we ask for. I know there were a lot of people that were upset with some of the ways that the school board did things during the pandemic, and they were saying, we're going to get rid of all of you all. And they've gotten rid of everyone but me. I'll be gone in 2024. But then you get new board members who may not know the norms or may not have accepted all the norms and protocols, because I was asked, is this a done deal? And it's not. Only the facilities and the Finance and Facilities Committee talked about this, but we were, just like you all, taken off guard when we saw the news feed. But then the other brutal fact is that we have city council that are looking at cutting and closing schools. So if anything comes down that doesn't look like what they want, they're going to say it wasn't done well. And we do not handle our own finances anymore. They have taken that from us. They own our purses, our pocketbooks. We have to stand on our feet, stand on our heads, and stomp our feet and turn around to get anything unless they want to give it to us. So you have to think about that, and some of that is what we voted for. So we have to look at that. But as Dr. Gupta says, I always say, when I took the constitutional oath, and I want to thank Dr. Roger Jones for reminding me of that, I'm here for the students. And I don't care what the cost is. We want to make sure that students have the best education, and we don't want to make more turmoil to jerk them from one place to the next place to the next place. And I really think we need to slow down. We really need to slow down.
So, thank you, Dr. Carter. One more thing I wanted to say, I've been entertaining phone calls since 6 a.m. today. So all these emails you're sending, I've been not responding to you, but I'm following through. Mrs. Angela Coleman, I have not met you, but I read your email and I agreed with most of the things. What I did was, I did follow up with the consultant. Dr. Day and I had an hour-long conversation with the consultants today. So we'll share with you as the time comes. I have gone through this system myself. My daughter used to go to Kaiser Elementary. I don't know how many of you know there used to be an elementary school called Kaiser. And they shut it down the year she was there. And I was screaming through the roof, through the walls, through the doors, why are you closing my daughter's school? So I know what you're going through. I have been through that. She went to Go Center from there, but as the time was the healing part of it. But I have gone through that, and Kaiser turned into Laurel. You know, there was other things which happened to that building. So attachment, what I learned from that lesson was attachment is to the program and to the education we provide to our kids. Buildings are fine, but they change places, they change human beings. You wanted to say something?
Yes, and I want to say, I think we were moving, or the goal was try to do this as quickly as possible, because we know it's time now to start budgeting. And we are not going to get anywhere this year, just to say that, I mean, to be honest, because our council now, as it stands, wants us to really look at everything and cut everything. And they're looking at deep cuts to the schools. So we just need to pray and also to vote. Vote how you want. It's not just one thing we're voting on lots of things.
All right, so I'll give it for next item for Dr. Day for public comments.
Okay. All right. So the next item on our agenda is the public comment period. I have a brief statement here about the policies, and then we'll begin. Persons appearing before the school board will not be allowed to campaign for public office or promote private business ventures, and should not use profanity or vulgar language or gestures, make comments about a public official or an employee that are not related to their official duties, engage in behavior that disrupts the meeting or intimidates others, or addresses the school board on issues that do not concern the services, policies, role, and/or responsibilities of the school board. Individual speakers shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. There's a timer on the podium that will help you with that. A speaker representing a group shall limit their comments to 5 minutes. The representative shall identify the group at the beginning of their presentation. A group may have no more than one spokesperson. The total allotted time for public comments at school board meetings is 30 minutes, but we just passed a motion to extend that to 60 minutes for this evening. Public comments are reserved for the public to provide input. The board does not respond to comments, answer questions, or otherwise engage in discussion at this time. So I have a list of the people who have signed up, and we will go through this one at a time. The first person on my list is Carly Schaefer.
Please
Please vote no and keep TC Miller's doors open. We're a tight-knit, community-based school. Our diversity is a unique blend of neighborhood kids and students from all over the city, different races, backgrounds, incomes, and cultures. The small school environment has literally changed students' lives. From show choir, musicals, tech clubs, stream programs, library student leaders, advanced arts, math group, flag corps, step, and more, the programs that we have at TC Miller are amazing. Why pour millions into a new theater program at Bass when we have one right here at TC Miller? Why displace some of the top teachers in our system who are innovative and working their hearts out for students who deserve the education that TC Miller offers? This rushed decision fails to uphold the well-being of the students, your mission and top priority. Our kids have just survived the COVID upheaval. To move them and then potentially rezone again is reckless and non-equitable. Data shows deeply affecting our most vulnerable students academically and emotionally. We need more research, including from the consultant process, for this very complex issue. If we close, we have a dangerous vacant building, or the operational cost remains, which is the same or below other schools. 70% of the cost per student is teachers, so we're either transferring costs or letting go some of the most dedicated, talented staff in LCS. And why are we aiming for bottom of the barrel for cost per student? Don't we want high-quality schools and experiences that bring students in, keep them here, and help our city thrive? Solutions exist that do not involve closing our doors. We want to work through those. For example, if $15 million is available for Bass, let's look at allocation. We can reach full capacity. Let's improve the wait list process so that families who want to go to TC Miller can. There were almost 100 applicants with no PR and up to 50 on the wait list in recent years. The need is there. We need due process diligence and to prioritize students. There are too many short and long-term ramifications of closing TC Miller that need to be explored. Basing a decision on a political and temporary financial issue is one-dimensional. Yes, finances are a struggle, but if a leg hurts, you don't cut off the foot just because it's the smallest part. To do so would be both short-sighted and harmful not just to the leg, but the whole body. Ultimately, our children are more than a bottom line. Your decision will deeply affect them. They are here fighting for their school. Their parents, grandparents, family, friends are fighting for our school. As full as this room is, many can't even be here tonight, and we speak for them. As leaders, we need you to listen. We need you to stand up and fight with us for education and the funds we need. We need you to work for solutions. They exist. Vote no. Keep TC Miller open. We are the TC Miller Eagles. Let us soar.
The next speaker on the list is Carla Jones.
Good evening. I'm Carla Jones, and I'm a parent of 2 children who currently attend TC Miller. I'm asking you to vote no to this proposal and keep TC Miller open. TC Miller and Deerington are the only 2 elementary magnet schools in the city. As the single largest form of choice in public school, magnet schools are visionary, innovative, and open to all students regardless of zip code. Magnet schools attract children of various socioeconomic backgrounds, race and academic achievement levels. But what really sets them apart are the skills students learn. You will find all 5 of the Virginia Department of Education's 5 core principles of creative thinking, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and community actively at work within the programs that Carly mentioned offered at TC Miller, because all 5 of these programs exist in magnet schools. Closing 2/3 of our magnet schools in the city will make it much harder to uphold these principles. What you are failing to recognize with this proposal is that magnet schools are a growing force in education in the U.S., with now over 4,000 nationwide, educating over 3.5 million students. In fact, they have become such a popular option, 67% of magnet schools have wait lists of students. This is certainly true at TC Miller. So why, if we have a wait list of eager parents wanting to enroll their children at TC Miller, are we seemingly capping our enrollment numbers? We are listed as having a capacity of 276, but our enrollment last year was 208. This year it's 191. But that's not because families aren't interested or applying. We had over 90 applications this year and over 90 last year. We had a wait list of 31 last year that never got in, and almost 30 this year on the wait list. So why, if we can hold more students and more students are choosing to come, are we keeping them from this opportunity? Based on a quote by Mr. DePaul, enrollment is one of the criteria being used to develop this proposal, but it's based on skewed data. Not only that, but LCS administration has failed year after year to advertise in any way the option of the elementary magnet schools. LCS no longer provides open houses, doesn't advertise within preschools and daycares, and with the exception of maybe one message to current LCS students when applications open, there is no other opportunity to know or learn about our schools of innovation. Imagine the number of applications if all families knew this option existed. My kids are at TC Miller because of my determination and persistence and following up with the central office about applications, and because I was lucky enough to have friends that told me about TC Miller. LCS does nothing to promote these amazing schools. Why does this matter? In case the parents haven't been clear enough tonight or will be clear enough, we want a say in our children's education, and magnet schools provide us with choice. Our family chose to send our kids to TCM, and we were lucky enough to win a lottery spot. But we have made that choice time and time again when our kids were invited to the Go Center. We have zero desire to leave TC Miller because of the quality of education they are receiving.
We want to give the next speaker their time as well.
I'm almost done. The exposure to the arts and the diverse and innovative learning environment. Ultimately, having choice is what keeps families within LCS. Instead of eliminating 2 of the 3 choice elementary schools, you should be investigating ways to increase the amount of choice schools available. Because when choice is no longer an option, many will opt to leave.
Yeah, you're taking up the next person's time.
You're cutting off other speakers who want to speak because we have a 60-minute time limit.
Okay.
Please let us move on to the next speaker.
In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., the time is always right to do what is right.
Thank you.
What is right is to vote yes.
The next speaker is Kristen Rhodes.
The students of TC Miller would like to speak.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Frankie. TC Miller shouldn't close because family siblings should be given the same opportunities as others.
Students receive a lot of the arts, stream, theater, art, music that can be carried on later in their lives. It is these arts that help us learn our math, science, reading, and writing.
The decision I made with my parents to come to TC Miller has been what is best for me. I've made lasting friendships. Students, teachers, and staff help me when I am sad, hurt, depressed, and need help with classes. For these reasons, TC Miller shouldn't close.
If closed, we will be moved and have to start all over with relationships and academics.
Small schools can be big schools for some people. TC Miller warms our heart.
I love the teachers because they make us do fun things.
I think they should keep the schools because it's a very nice school. We get to do so much stuff here. Everyone works together to do nice big things.
Dear school board members,
Teachers at TC Miller always believe in us.
teachers have a personal connection with us and let us branch out with opportunities.
We really like the theater programs and show choir. We always welcome new students to our school and
Teachers encourage us.
encourage us to soar.
My name is Hadley. Vote no to shutting down TC Miller because TC Miller is amazing and awesome, and we get a lot of education, and all the teachers are amazing.
My name is Mia. I would like to keep TC Miller open because I like how everyone works together and works hard. They never stop. Please keep TC Miller open.
We are reading this. What does this say? From someone who had gone to TC Miller.
My name is Sophia Hott. I am 15 years old, a sophomore at EC Glass, and an alum of TC Miller Elementary School for Innovation. Now, some of you may look at elementary school as just that, school, a place for primary education. But to me, it was so much more. My time at TCM taught me skills that let me grow into the person I am today. I was taught about the importance of commitment and perseverance. I developed a love of science for science through my STEM classes. I was able to go on to participate in countless productions through my theater experiences there. And I even became the first freshman to win the VHSL 4 and 6 states competition. All of these good things came into my life because of the opportunity TC Miller gave me.
Not only did TCM teach me many things that I still carry with me, but they gave me experience I would never forget. When I was 8 years old, I was blessed with a baby sister. She unfortunately passed just months later, but there aren't a lot of negative memories I have of that time. I credit to the teachers of TC Miller. You see, I still remember the day when Mrs. Hudson, the guidance counselor, showed up on my doorstep with a food basket. And most importantly, I still remember how I felt through those years at TC Miller. I felt like I mattered. I felt like everyone in the building was doing their best to help me succeed, and they were always there to cheer me whenever I did not feel, I feel not only seen but supported at TC Miller. I felt loved.
I understand the need to change our schools to make them the best they can be, but I do not think that closing a school was so formative and impactful for so many kids is the way to do it. Thank you for your time.
What makes us special, makes us special, makes us strong. Let our school flag wave, let our school flag fly. Never take it down, never take it down, raise it way up high. Let our school flag fly.
The next speaker is Abby Skinner.
Tough act to follow. So proud of you guys. All right, good evening. My name is Abby Skinner, and I'm the PTO president at TC Miller Elementary School. I'm also the proud parent of a third grader. I'm here to ask you to vote no and keep TC Miller open. Like most of you here tonight, I'm disappointed with the proposal put forward by the Finance Committee. When the 4 scenarios for the facilities master plan were presented, there were plenty of opportunities given for community engagement and feedback. In addition to making us feel like part of the decision-making process, we were also assured by administrators, board members, and even representatives of MGT consulting firm that they had our students' best interest in mind. One of the questions that has been top of my mind and appears on the scenarios FAQ page is this only about saving money? His response, no. Our first and most important consideration is teaching and learning. And yet, when asked how the Finance Committee came up with their proposal, Dr. Day admitted it all came down to the money. His response, they are the 2 most expensive schools to operate per student. That was really the only reason. We're not blind to the budget and the worsening financial situation imposed by the City Council's new real estate tax cut. However, I don't think you're fully aware of what our community loses if you take what looks like the easiest option. This is the 30-year anniversary of TC Miller reopening as a school for innovation. Did you know that? 30 years. Back in the early 90s, Lynchburg invested millions into renovating our building. Since then, thousands of students have been impacted by the unique program offerings and advantages of having a small classroom option. You've heard from some of them tonight, and you've seen some of them right here before you. Parents have also enjoyed the opportunities these schools provide, specifically a more diverse learning environment. There is mention of allocating $15 million to expand Bass and sending programs of information or innovation to that campus. I fear this would be offering a watered-down version of programs that have worked well for so many and also threatens the benefits of a small classroom. If the money exists, how else can it be allocated to preserve our schools for innovation? I admit I don't have the answer to that, but I would love to explore options with you. As a Lynchburg native, I've seen our city improve these last few decades. After some time away, it's a place I decided to return to raise my family. What's one of the first things folks do when they move to a new area? How are the schools, right? That's the first thing you check out. Thankfully, I knew about Lynchburg's best-kept secret at T.C. Miller. Unfortunately, our school board and city leadership's shifting priorities and this proposal risk making our schools less and less attractive. New parents and folks from out of town may take the option some current LCS families are exploring, private. That means LCS would also lose out-of-state funding for those students. Money we can't afford to lose, or money from the state for those students. Money we can't afford to lose as our state's allocation per student is already absurdly low compared to the national average. The Finance Committee's proposal is not representative of what our city wants. Feedback from the community pointed you to scenario 1, not to this, and a waiting list of families that my colleagues have already touched on, hoping for a spot at Miller or Darrington demonstrates a community's desire for choice and innovation. Thank you.
The next speaker is Micah DeVries.
Good evening. My name is Micah DeVries, and I'm a proud parent of a 3rd and 4th grader currently enrolled at T.C. Miller School for Innovation. I'm here to ask of the school board vote no to the proposal made by the Finance and Facilities Committee to close T.C. Miller. My daughters spent their first 2 years of elementary school in the Lynchburg City School within walking distance from our home. While we had wonderful teachers there, my daughters would often come home complaining of boredom. The class sizes were large with 25 students per classroom. There were no advanced classes, and there was little in the way of resources or intercurricular activities. When a friend told us about the Schools for Innovation and the opportunities there, we were eager to apply. I will never forget the day we received our acceptance letters in the mail and the joy our family experienced knowing that our daughters would get the special opportunity to attend TCM. Our experience at TCM has not been a disappointment. Our girls have loved their teachers and friends who feel like family, and the hands-on educational approach to learning has kept them engaged and eager to learn. T.C. Miller offers show choir, flag corps, step, drum corps, advanced art, and our family's personal favorite, a fantastic musical theater program, which you just heard a little bit of. T.C. Miller is unique in this way and provides education and activities like no other school within the city. In July, LCS, with the help of MGT of American Consultants, released a facilities master plan outlining 4 possible scenarios to improve educational programming. LCS stressed the importance of the community's feedback and that they wanted to make a decision based on the students, not just financials alone. 70% of the community who responded to that survey favored scenario 1, which would not close T.C. Miller or Darrington. Yet the current plan by the committee would close both schools, which was not even an option given to the LCS community. This hybrid plan does not take into account the community's feedback. T.C. Miller keeps children within LCS. Many families within TCM feel they are receiving a private-like education without the price tag. Should TCM close, many families, including our own, will seek educational options outside of LCS. TCM and Darrington are 2 out of our 3 choice schools, or schools for innovation. These schools are our only school choice options within LCS. What does it communicate to us to close down 2 of our 3 school choice options? We understand that there are some serious financial questions that need to be answered. As parents within LCS, we are willing to work with you to find a solution to those problems. However, closing a beloved school that offers so many enrichment opportunities for our children would be a terrible grievance to our students and community. Let's not make the mistake of putting finances first and getting rid of what is actually working within LCS. So I implore you, please vote no to the closure of T.C. Miller School for Innovation.
The next speaker is Lynn Forth.
My name is Lynn Forth, and my son Harlow attends T.C. Miller as a kindergartner. He was a last-minute addition as he had been on the wait list until right before the beginning of the school year. He was already registered at a local private school, But by simply attending registration, we knew that TC Miller was something special. In a matter of minutes, we met so many incredible people, teachers, administrators, and fellow parents and students, each with a unique story that tells a mutual truth. TC Miller is a small school with a big community that makes a huge difference. All students, even the kindergartners who are currently enrolled in TC Miller, have lived through the pandemic. For the last 3 years, their lives have been turned upside down as they've experienced uncertainty and fear, as adults attempted to establish a way forward. And now these students find themselves tackling an unpredictable season all over again. Once again, the children will lose their voice as decisions are made for them. Once again, their lives will be uprooted by taking away from their environment, teachers, and lifelong friends. And once again, it's the children who will suffer from a decision made by adults who only see the dollar amounts attached to a problem. There are many ways to approach this issue, and one of the best ways is by addressing cost-cutting solutions. In a matter of about 20 minutes, I was able to find several reputable solar companies who've installed equipment at K-12 schools across Virginia. One such company is called Secure Solar Futures. Since 2010, they've been working with school districts and counties to provide school buildings with solar power. In Prince William County, going solar will save Virginia's second largest school system more than $14.3 million in energy cost over 25 years and provide students with hands-on learning opportunities. Secure Solar Futures offers a no-cost classroom curriculum that complies with Virginia standards of learning from grades K through 12. The curriculum includes teacher training, lesson plans, and hands-on kits for science experiments on sustainable power. And since innovation is a cornerstone of TC Miller, why not explore the solution that serves both the school district and the students? And if that's not modernization, I don't know what is. I'd like to leave you with these final thoughts. It's worth mentioning goal number 4 as listed in the Lynchburg City Schools Comprehensive Strategic Plan for 2019 to 2024, family and community engagement. Lynchburg City Schools purposely works collaboratively with families, community, and businesses to provide the best education for our students. How could you possibly look at a school like TC Miller and know that as a part of their philosophy, they believe that all children are gifted and can learn, and that they have enrichment activities open to all students, and say that it does not provide the best education for our students? Furthermore, in this same strategic plan, it states that Lynchburg City Schools recognizes that the schools, families, businesses, and the community share the responsibility of fostering an inspiring, motivating, equitable, and engaging learning opportunity for all students. And again, I ask you, how could you possibly look at a school like TC Miller, the fact that they provide smaller classrooms with more individualized teaching opportunities, and say that it does not provide the best education for our students? Lynchburg City School Board members, I urge you to remind yourselves of the goals you were elected to uphold. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Carlina Muglia.
Hello, my name is Carlina Muglia, and my son attends TC Miller as a second grader. I also am a proud graduate of the Central Virginia Governor School. Look at all of us here thinking our children deserve the opportunity for a cohesive community and a more tailored quality education. What fools we all are. How dare we aspire to something so nice as average and even lower income citizens? TC Miller and Darrington have become aspirational pillars of education in Lynchburg, and that is not fair. Only LCA, VES, and James River Day School are allowed to be sought after. Since when do we allow top-performing public schools to be in black and brown neighborhoods? That certainly doesn't sound like the Lynchburg I grew up in. This must be all one big misunderstanding. Don't you know how it works? The entrenched, connected, socially and economically elite people of Lynchburg need their property taxes lowered, friends. They need to be able to afford to hold on to 10 different houses so they can keep creating housing scarcity. How else are they going to keep justifying raising rent by 20% year over year? But really, who do we think we are advocating on behalf of our elementary school children? Our elected representatives don't think this is a problem. Why should we be so concerned about 400 children being misplaced from their educational homes? We should listen to our wise, childless councilperson, Chris Feraldi, Last year, Chris Feraldi told WDBJ7 that cutting the property tax to 89 cents is the right way to go. He said it would equip the same city council to responsibly invest your dollars into the core responsibilities of government, such as education. That aged well, didn't it? Stephanie Reed, a real estate investor herself.
We are not to be making comments about public officials or
These
employees
are
that
public
not
records
related
on
to
their
our
own
duty.
pages, and this is part of their bio. So that's not a comment, that is their own words. Thank you. Point
of order.
Stephanie Reed, a real estate agent, investor herself, made a stop at Lynchburg City Schools this summer to talk about her style of leadership. On her Facebook page on July 24th, she said, "I made sure the principals knew they are important and valued, and that the children they serve are our most precious assets." Assets! That is a term of endearment I haven't yet tried on my son. I encourage us all to go home, and when we're telling our children that their school is closing, we should make sure they know we love them for the precious little assets they are. And when they are confused about how they are both precious and undervalued, we should inform them that that is just how life is. I guess this is our bad for thinking Lynchburg would choose to see our children as its future instead of assets. No, the privilege to be seen as a full human being, adult or child, is reserved for people who can actually afford it. So go on home, remember that you're small, you don't matter, and make sure you teach that lesson to your children too. That was satire in case you didn't catch it.
We're at about the 30-minute mark, and there are some individuals who wanted to speak specifically about Deerington. And so I think in fairness, we should let some of the speakers who wanted to talk about Deerington speak as well. There are not nearly as many of those, so I think I'd like to go through them next. I think hopefully everyone agrees that that would be fair. Okay. There are also some people who wanted to speak about both, but I first want to go through the number, those who specifically said Deerington, and the first of those is Amber Riles.
Good evening. I am a transplant to Virginia. I wasn't raised here. I didn't go to the schools here, but my daughter was born here. So I went to a magnet school in South Carolina, and I wanted my daughter to do the same, which is how I found Deerington. So my daughter is in 2nd grade. Victory goes to Deerington, and she loves school, but she is on the verge of being heartbroken because she thinks her school is closing. So my daughter is
You got this.
My daughter is a brilliant child, and being at Deerington, she's been able to learn Spanish in her first couple years. She just got her violin Friday, and because I'm not from here, I had to do my research to find these schools of innovation, apply, go through that process, and when she was accepted, she's made it home. I was out of town for work last year, so my parents stepped in and were a part of learning everybody at the school, and now this year I've signed up for the PTO because I'm back. And I want to push my daughter to go through the progression of being at a magnet school, because where else is she going to get the opportunity to play violin in the 2nd grade? Where else is she going to learn Spanish from kindergarten through 5th grade? From my research, not being a native of Virginia, these are the 2 schools that I've seen that do that. I drive her 25 minutes to school every morning, and my parents pick her up every afternoon while I work. So if I can be dedicated enough to wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning to get her to school on time, I don't see why there shouldn't be a little more dedication set forth to figure out an alternative to closing a school when it's needed.
The next speaker, there's a name crossed out. I don't know if Consuela Mosley is that person someone who wanted to speak here?
Good afternoon. My name is Consuela. I am very disappointed that you hired these two out-of-town consultants that don't have a clue as how close these children are in walking distance to their schools. That's right. Not alone, their only focus is on Ward 2 school, which is majority black and majority black neighborhood. Barrington Elementary School has been an exceptional school for learning. This school has innovation, STEM program, and a Spanish program that is all taught in kindergarten. They have wonderful teachers and staff who loves the children. My question is, how much is that school going to cost to build? The same amount of money you're going to use to build another school? The same amount of money you can put into Darrington Elementary and T.C. Miller? Or are you saying our children is not good enough to save their school because it is Ward 2? But it's a majority black neighborhood. No matter what you do, everything needs maintenance work. Closing our children's schools and build another school is not going to cut down or cost effectiveness or maintenance work. Let me tell you what it's going to cost. Behavior problems for overcrowdedness, and our children won't get the proper attention to learn. Our village is broken. What happened to it takes a village to raise the children, and the children are our future. Fire these two consultants and hire new ones for second opinions that really care about our children. I am a former Darrington Elementary student, plus my two daughters who also attended Darrington Elementary as well. And also, what is this showing our community? What is this showing our children? I also, a parent asked me to speak on her behalf. She has 4 children that has attended Darrington Elementary, 3 graduated, and 1 she wants to graduate. So please, if y'all know the children are our future, if y'all don't use this motto, if y'all not gonna show that our children are our future. Thank you.
Rachel Rosales.
Say it again.
Rachel Rosales.
Okay. As a resident of Lynchburg and a previous student of LCS, go Lynx, go Poets, and a parent of a student at Darrington Elementary, I feel a strong connection to the area. Throughout my childhood, I experienced the benefits of being in a diverse and inclusive environment, as well as the weight of oppression while existing as an other in rigid, homogeneous communities. Our neighborhoods in Lynchburg are still quite segregated. These schools of innovation are true gems to our community, a place where children can meet and get to know other children that have different backgrounds than their own. Students who learn about different cultures during their education feel more comfortable and safe with these differences later in life. This allows them to interact in a wider range of social groups and feel more confident in themselves as well as in their interactions with others. These precious interactions have ripple effects. Our Lynchburg City students are our future residents, community leaders, and workforce. As a passionate advocate for diversity and inclusion, I am honored to have my child at Darrington, where she has been privileged to witness and participate in a school that fosters an environment where every student feels valued, empowered, and supported. Thank you.
Next, if I'm reading it correctly, it looks like Angelo Cox, or Angelo King Cox.
Good afternoon, school board members. My name is Angela Payne Cox. I actually am a former student of Darrington Elementary. I attended the school 50 years ago. And with Darrington Elementary, we learned the foundation. Those teachers were so committed to our learning, to us growing, to us developing. And actually, I lived in the Darrington neighborhood, and so that was considered an inner city neighborhood. That we lived in low-income apartments, but still our teachers did not teach us to have a low-income mentality. They always enforced to us education. They told us that we were someone, we were somebody, when the world was saying that we were nobodies, that we were poor, that we were dirty, that we were nasty. Those teachers, they would bring soap to school. They had hairbrushes to help us comb our hair. They taught us life skills. Now, I'm here because I am also on the committee for the revitalization for Darrington. And the city of Lynchburg, they're putting millions of dollars into revitalizing Darrington. And trying to get home ownership, improving the atmosphere in the, of Darrington. So why would you close a school that's in the inner city, where the city of Lynchburg is putting millions of dollars into that community, to better that community, to make a change in that community, to show the children and the parents that you can be a homeowner, that you can rise above your circumstances. Also, I live in the same neighborhood that T.C. Miller is in. And when we purchased our home, 19 years ago, we purchased it from an older white lady. And one thing she said, this is a school across the street. I look out the window every day and I see the children. They're in the yard and they're playing. She said, that makes my day. She said, I never had children. I don't have any family. So that makes my day. And when I'm going to say this, when I was depressed, I would look out the window and see those children playing in that field yard. And that made my day. So I beg you all not to close Darrington School, not to close T.C. Miller, because there are great teachers there, they're in great communities.
Next is Kimberly Dyke.
I'm so happy to see the children here. Amen. All right, I had to say that before the timer starts. Okay, hello, my name is Kimberly Dyke Harsley. I'm here on behalf of Virginia Organizing Lynchburg Chapter. My mom is in the back. She's an LCS employee. Well, no. Who's the time? Okay. I'm fine. So those are 3:20 seconds. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, my mom is in the back. She's a Darrington property owner. And if you look at the asset mapping of Darrington, okay, there's a bank in walking distance. There's a school in walking distance. There are faith houses in walking distance. There's a hospital in walking distance. There's city transportation. Why wouldn't there continue to be a school? My 5 children graduated from DESI. Go DESI Dolphins. Go DESI. One teacher that's still there, I swear she looks the same, and that's Mrs. Jennifer Mariner. Probably working on 39 years, if not a little more. Thank you, Mrs. Mariner, when you see this. One of my children's coaches is now the principal of Darrington Elementary School. I have an investment. My favorite subject is and was math in school. So I'm going to take the emotion out for those who need to hear non-emotion. numbers. There's a document on Google, 78 pages from last year. On page 24, wait, before I go there, a few more emotional things. My husband is a graduate of Darrington. Mr. Ben Beverly is a graduate of Darrington. Now, he was there when it was a 2-room school. Those people that can't make it, parents who are in walking distance of the school, can't make it here tonight. It's dinner time, they've got homework. So I'm here in the gap for them. But I'm gonna need y'all to show up to city council, okay? Page 24 of that 78-page document talks about schools with the lowest capacity utilization. 4 schools are listed that are talked about in these scenarios. And I forgot my phone, but let me define scenario in the Oxford Dictionary. Something like a plot with scenes and some written something. Look up scenario. It's about a play. What is the play that's in order here? What is the play that's coming? Look up scenario on your phones. Schools with the lowest capacity utilization. Darrington, Bass, T.C. Miller, and R.S. Payne. I noticed that Darrington only has 30% outside of the school zone attending. That means 7 out of 10 are in the school zone. Why would you ship off? I swear this happened before. Where my Dunbar High Schoolers at? Didn't y'all get shipped off somewhere? T.C. Miller has 60% outside of the school zone. Fire stairs not enclosed, that can be fixed. Mobile units, the locked egress doors, they can be taken away. Traffic flow has been an issue. It's the #1 thing that Ms. Cox-Payne talked about in the Darrington Neighborhood Improvement Plan. How can you improve a neighborhood and take out one of those vital institutions? A council member told me here in a meeting that maybe Darrington could be converted into a workforce development. Maybe. But it shouldn't just take up the whole school building. Not worse than any other residential street with the school, because Sheffield is in a residential neighborhood. Paul Monroe, Patriots, go Patriots. I was a sub there. That has horrible traffic flow. R.S. Payne, don't go up 12th Street or Floyd or Fillmore. All of them have traffic flow issues. You gotta fix it. You're looking at the numbers, educational program. R.S. Payne actually got a D, not T.C. Miller and not Desi. So if the utilization is low, and you have the oldest buildings, R.S. Payne and Desi, and then the lowest capacity, maybe you should shift some of Payne's students over to Desi. I don't know, but look at the numbers. Have a good evening.
Greg Berry. Greg Berry.
Yes, my name is Greg Berry, and I am the parent of 4 former students, and I have 2 grandchildren who are current students in the school system. And I would like to encourage you. I know that you have a hard job. I know that many people already made up their minds before they ever heard anything about any suggestions on closing schools. I knew this was going to be a difficult decision for you. I really hope that you make the right decision, recognizing that, yes, there must be some closure somewhere. Unfortunately, we have brought this on ourselves. Over the last decade, our school population has diminished greatly by close to 25%. There's where the problem is. Because of issues with COVID, because of the failure of the school system. Our scores for our students have gone down greatly. That is why so many people have gone to alternative school systems. We have got to learn that we have too much fat and we have to cut that fat. The problem is, many people here have emotional ties to their schools. I understand that. But cannot these programs be moved to another school? It is not about the school building. It is about the education that they actually receive. And that has got to be the priority. And unfortunately, the school system has been too fat for too long, has been sucking up money. And I think that if we can save $3 million by closing 2 school buildings, then that money could be used and all these programs that everybody's discussing could be transferred to another school. It's not about the school building, it's about our children. It's about their education. And again, I would like to encourage you to proceed to approve this recommendation. Thank you very much.
Next is Robert Floyd.
First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Edwards and the school board members for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Rescuers of the Youth. So I think I get 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm good to change it now, sir.
You know, it's amazing, because this is 2023, and all these young people, we're always saying they are the future. This is who's going to change the world. These people are the ones who change things that grown folks can't change. Because what they're doing now is enacting not because of the way they look, because of what they bring to each other. And these kids love each other. But we play politics. We play politics because that's a part of living. We speak and we talk a good talk. I've been here many times, and I done heard that talk. We know the problem. We can say whatever we want to say until we put action behind it and make it happen. Everybody knew this was going to happen before it happened. Everybody knew this was planned. But y'all haven't made a decision yet because the city council hold y'all like this. That's understandable. But if we don't fight, everybody in here, if we don't fight with what we believe in, they don't get away with it again. And that means that we got to go to city council just like we here, not talk about it, go there and demand that these schools do not be closed. Because I'm a Darrington alumni, whatever you want to call it. I went to Darrington when I was young. And Miss I'll be all right. Anyway, she spoke of something about Darrington being on this board that I'm a part of too. Methane gas is under Darrington projects. Y'all know that? And they spending over $2 million to put a project over top of that, over in Darrington. They already allocated, said, well, we got the money, and it don't happen. We had a school over here, I think Heritage High School. Y'all remember that? is sunk. Because they built it on sinking ground. They told them not to build it. And they spent millions of dollars. Now they build another school right up from it called Heritage High School. And how much money do they spend? Why can't we do the same thing for Heritage and T.C. Miller? Why can't we upgrade it instead of trying to close it down? We know what the problem is. Only you and that man upstairs know in your heart why we doing what we doing. It's politics. The numbers don't look right. So we got to just mess up these kids from having relationships with these little kids. You know, we don't care like we say we care. If we did, we'll fight for them. Because these kids will remember this when they get older. Y'all remember this. If it don't happen. Remember. You know. Because one thing I do know for sure, we can talk. But until we do something, action, and fight for these kids, like we said, they are the future. And not talk about it, just make it happen. We can change things. We know we got to vote. We got to vote some of them people out there on city council because they're hypocrites. You know, they don't believe in what we believe in. They believe in moving things over just to make y'all mad. If they had a choice, they'll get rid of all of y'all, especially the superintendent. You know, but we're gonna fight, and we're gonna fight for y'all. Thank you.
At this point, we have heard from 7 speakers addressing T.C. Miller, 7 addressing Darrington, and then there's a number of speakers who said they wanted to address both. So I'm now going to turn to the folks who said they wanted to speak about both schools. The first on that list is Reverend Mark Furlow.
Hello, everyone. I'm Reverend Mark Furlow. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Episcopal Diocese of Southwestern Virginia. I work with 50 churches across Southwestern Virginia, including St. Paul's Clay Street, St. John's Rivermont Avenue, Grace Memorial Road, and also Trinity on Coffee Road. I'm also a graduate of the Lynchburg College, University of Lynchburg MBA program, and one of Dr. Gupta's former students. And I am most importantly a father of a daughter that attends T.C. Miller Elementary School. Tonight, I want to celebrate Lynchburg, but I can't celebrate the reduction in public education. We have to stand up for public education and the uniqueness of every school in Lynchburg at this time. When I speak to my family across the country, in Kentucky and other states, my colleagues around the church, I tell them about how wonderful Lynchburg is, but I don't need to be telling them how we're reducing funding for public education and support for all of our schools in a real deep way. I've been a resident of Lynchburg for 13 years. When I first moved here, I watched the city council speak about the CSO project ad nauseum over and over and over again. We dug up 5th Street over and over and over again. We replaced a high school. And here now we can fight for public education, and we can take back our voice and speak to city council. And I am appealing to all of you on the school board to do the same. Now, I'm sure Dr. Gupta wants me to run the numbers, but I don't have all the detail. Maybe he'll give me an extension. But I have to witness to the fact that when my daughter comes home from school, she says, "It was awesome." It was awesome. I learned about math, I learned about movement, I learned about theater, and I can't wait to see her in Shrek Jr. the musical. Teachers like Miss Smizik, Miss Brown, Miss Cecil, and others are the saints in this room. And if we can afford a CSO project for millions and millions of dollars, we can afford to put it in human resources and the infrastructure of our school system. In my church, in the Episcopal Church, we don't compare our parishes like branch banks. We honor them for the fulsome, flourishing, unique creatures that they are. Unique. They are different, and they flourish, and they're local in communities and neighborhoods. We should honor our schools and do the same like T.C. Miller and Darrington tonight. I appeal to your better angels to take up your voice, and I would encourage you to move a strategic plan that digs deeper and recommends to City Council to increase public education, so I don't have to explain to my other family and colleagues around the church why my city is reducing it. The long-term benefits include the benefit to the public, the teachers, the local economy, and it's what makes Lynchburg a unique place to live, which I honor now that I'm a Lynchburger and a father of a T.C. Miller student.
I think we have time for one more before our hour runs out. The next on the list is Beth Pollard.
Right behind you. Okay. Hi. My name is Beth Pollard. I'm a mother of 3 students within Lynchburg City Schools. I have a 7th grader who went to our neighborhood school, which is 3.3 miles from my house, an 8-mile drive. My other 2 children go to T.C. Miller, which is 3.9 miles from my house and a 10-minute drive. Lynchburg isn't that big, at least the way my side that I see, you know. I really love all the programs that they have at T.C. Miller, and I very much wish all of the schools in the district could have the same kind of programs, but what really makes it special is the staff and the teachers and the leadership. That is the biggest difference that I see in my 2 experiences of having another child grow up in a different elementary school and having these 2 at T.C. Miller. When I go to meet with the teachers and I have on my list that I want to talk about my son's speech, find out how he's doing, his kindergarten teacher already had it on the list. We need to set up a meeting, we need to do this, this, and this. The same thing with my older daughter. You know, they are practicing the mission of Lynchburg City Schools. Every student by need and by name to graduation, and that means every grade along the way. You know, I have an article. I was kind of figuring out why are they choosing these 2 programs to shut down? You know, and I looked through that 78-page document that was mentioned and tried to figure out, well, why? What's the reasoning behind this, and why is the onus on us to figure out why? But I came across an article from the News in Advance when, you know, the announcement was first made about this proposal. And what I have here to quote is, in speaking why he put forth this proposal, Mr. Day said the school board needs to, quote, back up and remember why we are doing this in the first place. And I'm asking you to back up and remember why we are doing this in the first place. It's not about the bottom line. It's about the future. And I don't mean, you know, the next president or anything like that, but the people who are going to be living in our city, our country, our world, and are going to be, you know, well-rounded individuals who can think critically, who can approach problems of the world and figure out what the best solution is. You know, I'm a healthcare provider, and oh, really? Well, all I'll just say is this. I understand balancing out money and considering it as, you know, cost is a very important part of making tough decisions. But it isn't the only decision. It's not the only part. So please, please, please vote no on the proposal to shut down Darrington and T.C. Miller. We love our schools of innovation. It's what works with Lynchburg City Schools.
I just want to thank all the people who spoke.
Yes.
And I want to apologize for those who we did not have time for. I hope you understand that we have a lot of other business to attend to tonight. But I'm grateful for those of you who did speak, for those of you who have written to us. We have heard a lot of voices about this, and we are all paying attention. I'm glad to hear you acknowledge that this is a difficult decision. We know that more painfully than anyone else. So again, thank you, and I think we're going to move on with our agenda at this point.
I just have a quick question. There are some people who really left jobs, worked very hard to get transportation here to come here and to not have the opportunity to speak. I'm really worried about making sure that those voices are heard, because I know people worked really hard on putting their 3 minutes together and editing those and getting here tonight and standing in this really hot room to be able to speak their piece. And I don't know if we can vote to extend 20 more minutes so that these people have a minute to give their voice that they worked really hard to put together and dropped everything to get over here and made transportation plans to come here.
I'm looking for a motion from the floor.
I so moved extended. You think 20 minutes will do it?
I don't know, do we?
How many people are out that need to
How many
speak?
people still need to speak? How many more people? So that's 20 minutes should do it, right?
Let's see, I'm going to count the number of people on the list.
Hear some speakers speak who have a different point of view instead of the same old point of view
These
over
are
and
the
over
people
again.
who signed
We
up.
understand, so I understand what, that most of the people are at the same point of view. I have a different point of view, coming from different direction. If you're going to have other people speak, I'd like to also speak. Thank you.
Everyone signed up.
I make a motion to extend the commentary period another 20 minutes.
My second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the vote, please?
Discussion.
Discussion.
By who's on that list? Who's on the list?
So let me, you want me to read the names?
Well, how many are on the?
How many are on the list who have not had a chance to
Right.
speak? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12.
If I knew half of them.
Oh, no, 13. 13.
I wonder if those 13 you called are the people that raised their hands, not new people.
I'm sorry, what are you
I wonder if
asking?
those 13 are the people that already raised their hand, not new people wanting to add.
We'll be going by the list we.
Yeah, we'll go by the list that we have, and I don't know how to tell from the list who might have what opinion,
Well, it doesn't matter, but we go by the sign up.
Yes.
the order in which they're signed up. So we're going to go another 20 minutes. It is now,
I gotta take a vote.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you?
wait a minute. We have not voted on that yet.
Madam Clerk,
We're
would you
gonna-
close the vote, please?
Mr. Jalil?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Charles?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes?
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay,
We
so
could take
that'll,
20 more minutes.
so that'll take us to 6:39 on the clock. Okay.
Can I take just 1 second? I just wanted to acknowledge Dr. James Coleman, our former chair, in the audience, so go ahead, Doctor.
Okay, so I'm just proceeding now down the list of people who signed up to speak but have not yet had a chance. Casey Eccles is the next.
Hello. Thank you for extending our time. I really appreciate it. My name is Casey Eccles, and my kids, Grace and John, attend T.C. Miller. I'm here asking you to vote no to the proposal to close T.C. Miller. I spent a lot of time this weekend researching things from accreditation standpoint, but then I realized that you guys were the experts and you probably already knew what I didn't. So now I'm going to spend time on things that you may not know and you may not see in T.C. Miller. Today I've learned so much about Derington that I have been completely motivated and urged you to listen to my story as it also might be their story. I want to show you how special of a school T.C. Miller is inside the walls, in addition to what the numbers may say. I'm not only asking you to vote no to shut down T.C. Miller and Derington, I'm asking you to encourage them to invest more. I know it's a big ask. T.C. Miller is home for my kids and their cousins. T.C. Miller is home to my friends' kids. TC Miller is home to creativity, to challenge, to community, to critical thinking, collaboration, and citizenship. TC Miller is home of diversity, love, and compassion. TC Miller is home to theater of 15 out of 40 teachers who volunteer in musicals from kindergarten to fifth grade. It is home to approximately 45% of our 3rd through 5th graders who participate in those shows. TC Miller is home of reading in the arts, of STEP team, of flag corps, of advanced art, of math club, and library helpers. TC Miller is home to teachers and staff who dress up themselves and their trunks for Halloween, who show up with cookies and Santa. TC Miller is home to parents that choose to send their children to TC Miller because it trusts the school and it's a unique educational approach. TC Miller is a home for innovation. It is the home of the eagles, of the children soaring high. TC Miller is home. It is obvious that a comfortable and safe home helps kids grow. TC Miller is that, comfortable, safe, and inviting. And from everything I've learned about Derington today, it models that same love. I understand that money doesn't grow on trees and that budgets are real, but investing in the well-being of the students needs to be put first. A healthy and comfortable student learns better. I've been an educator for 17 years, and I've always put the life of my children before their learning. When a student learns, he or she grows when we have happy youth. They grow into happy teens, and eventually we have well-rounded, booming adults who contribute to the greater good of our city. When we take care of our children in our schools, they eventually take care of us. I want to believe in LCS mission and vision. I know some people might know the goal of the finances, but I wanted to share some today. This comes from the website page of finances from Lynchburg City Schools. Lynchburg City Schools strives to ensure the funds in which we have been entrusted are used to maximize the education of our children. We believe financial accountability and transparency encourages our community to better understand how our funds are distributed and how those allocations help use the school. I'm gonna go real fast. Transparency seems to have been left out.
We've got very limited time. We need to go on to the next
Thank
speaker.
you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Nettie Webb. Nettie Webb, please. I'm trying to get through as many of you as I can, so please respect the time limit.
Good evening. My name is Nettie Webb. I'm an alumna of TC Miller, the daughter of a teacher with 38 years experience, and I grew up volunteering and aiding various classrooms at TC Miller. I know the impact that the school has on the community, the students, and the teachers. Please vote no to closing TC Miller in Darrington. This is a conversation about equity, and this proposed decision is inequitable. The closure of Darrington and TC Miller, coupled with the proposed rezoning for a close-to-home schooling model, has significant equity concerns. Some individuals have said it's not equitable to have schools with higher cost per student than other schools. However, we must distinguish the difference between equity and equality. Equity involves recognizing that we all don't start at the same place, and it takes actions to strive to address the historic imbalances in our city. It ensures the outcomes and well-being conditions are improved for marginalized communities, overall benefiting the entire community. In Lynchburg, a city that is still having reflections of 1930s redlining, that is still largely stratified racially and socioeconomically, we need these schools of innovation. The schools we are discussing closing are both in Ward 2. These schools should have higher costs per student because they have different needs than other schools. The schools that are in Ward 1 address a largely more privileged population than the schools in Ward 2, and our Ward 2 students deserve to have an equitable education. Further, this entire conversation bans on the idea that we have extra classrooms in our city school system. That's based off Dominion 7 idea and proposal that we have 21 students at least per classroom in each class. This is not the best for students, and most impacts and hurts low-income and Black students. Small classes benefit everyone. Currently, LCS has a class average of 17.59 students in each class. This is aligned with the optimal outcome for elementary schools to have 15 to 18 students per classroom. Smaller classes have numerous benefits. both financially, economically, mentally, emotionally, and for the physical safety of students. Smaller classes have significantly higher achievement, with it going to 3 months more education for students and even more for Black or low-income students. They lead long-term to higher graduation rates. They have the most cost-effective public health and medical interventions with having lower elementary school level classes. They save city money. This is a big conversation. If you look at the research, it says that over the 13 years that a child's in the school system, you save $168,000 per child, at least.
Beth Brown. Beth Brown.
Hi, my name is Beth Brown. I am a second grade teacher at TCM Elementary School for Education, and I also have a first grader. He was going to come up with me. He decided not to. He goes to TCM, and it was a family decision that we made to bring him to TC Miller, not to the school that we are zoned at, outside in the counties. We chose that because of the programs, because of the people that I work with, because of the amazing things that I see this school do every single day. You should see our group chat. It's popping with amazing pictures. My 4-year-old, he has been begging me since Beauty and the Beast a few years ago. He's 4, so this was in 2000, I don't even know when, 2001. So he is 4 years old, and he has been begging me for 2.5 years. Mom, I want to go to school with you. I want to go to school with you every single day. When Lucas is asleep, he wants to watch Beauty and the Beast because he saw those kids on stage ready to show everybody what they got. I follow most of my students that I previously had on Facebook. They're doing amazing things. I'm watching them compete in statewide speaking events, engagements, thank you. I'm watching them on stage. I'm watching them go to college and be in theater, in the arts. I'm watching them show everybody else in this world what Lynchburg City is all about. They're here and they're representing you. We cannot let them down. Thank you.
J.V. Cruz. Okay. Jill Wood.
Yeah, Jill.
Hi, thank you guys for letting us speak. I am the school nurse at EC Glass, but first and foremost, I was a parent of 2 TC Miller children, and what a gift. My husband and I, when we had our daughters and were at the point in life to move, visited all the schools in the area, and we decided that it definitely took a village to raise our children, and hands down, putting our kids at TC Miller was the best decision we could have made. This was our family. And they are such a big part of why my kids are who they are. You can't get what we get at TC Miller everywhere. It's not something that you can put in another building. It's not something that you can combine with another building. It is truly one of a kind. I know Desi feels the same way about their kids and their programs. And it is a disservice to our children, to our staff members, to close these 2 buildings. You know, we talk to our kids about fairness and that we fight for them and that you can really do anything if you put your mind to it, right? You guys, as a city, came to us as parents, came to us as staff members. You put together plans, and then you decided to go rogue. You decided to make your own plan and put together your own combination, not listen to your voice, not do what $150,000 went into to make. And as families, as kids, as staff members, we're disappointed to say the least. I think you owe it to our kids, you owe it to our city, you owe it to my high schoolers. My high schoolers that I'm with now are TC Miller babies. I've known these kids since they were in pre-K, since they were in kindergarten. My seniors had tears this week talking about TC Miller shutting down. These kids that are here now are one day going to be my babies. You owe it to them to think about this truly, not about what numbers you decided to crunch on the side, not about what agenda you fixed. After these surveys went out, after as parents we read through everything you sent out, we listened to your videos, we heard you. We understand that there's something that you've got to do to fix this problem LCS has. But this plan you chose is not the right one.
Hello, and thank you for allowing us to speak. Because I am not letting the school go without saying what my friends and I love about this place. I love that it is fun, has great plays, and has so many fun groups for different subjects. Not only do we get to see our friends and eat great food, but the teachers are amazing. Our solution to your problem is just to make a fundraiser, and we can plan it together. The reason we don't want to let the school go is because TC Miller gives us so many things that other schools might not. We love this school. It has so many memories for some of us. We do not want to be separated from our friends and favorite teachers. So either make a fundraiser or we fight, aka protest. Thank you for your time.
We have time for just one more. This will be the last speaker, Craig Cole.
Hey, good evening. I'm the parent of two TC Miller students, but I also would like to speak on behalf of Darrington as well. I stand before you today to implore you to cast your vote with compassion, with equity, and justice in mind. I ask that you vote no on the proposal to close TC Miller and Darrington Elementary. This decision carries far-reaching consequences, particularly for our minority and low-income students, and it threatens to perpetuate an already unjust educational landscape in this country. TC Miller and Darrington are more than just buildings. They're beacons of hope and opportunity for countless children and families in our community. It's a place where dreams are nurtured, potential is unlocked, and futures are shaped. Closing TCM and Darrington Elementary would be a grave injustice, one that disproportionately affects our most vulnerable students. First and foremost, we must acknowledge that TC Miller and Darrington serve a predominantly minority and low-income population. These are students who often face systemic barriers to education and opportunity, both within and outside the classroom. By voting to close TC Miller and Darrington, we risk compounding these disparities and exacerbating the educational divide in our community. The closure of TC Miller and Darrington would disrupt the stability that these students desperately need. Disrupting the lives of these children who are already dealing with challenges that their more privileged peers may not understand would be unjust. It's our responsibility as a society and as a city to ensure that every child has equal access to quality education, regardless of their background or socioeconomic status. Instead of closing TC Miller or Darrington Elementary, I implore the school board to explore alternative solutions. We can work together to address any financial or enrollment challenges the school may face without sacrificing the futures of our most vulnerable students. This may involve seeking additional funding, which I know is challenging. This may involve innovative programs or community partnerships to revitalize the schools and ensure their sustainability. In conclusion, our decision today carries a profound moral and ethical weight. We have the power to choose equity, justice, and compassion over convenience. I urge you to vote no on the closure of TC Miller and Darrington and to stand with the students' families and community members who are counting on us to make the right choice. Let's ensure that every child, regardless of their background, has the opportunity to succeed and thrive in our educational system. Thank you.
There is time for one more. I misread my clock a moment ago. So is Dana Silva here?
She's not.
Samantha City?
No.
No?
Next.
Consuela Mosley?
She already spoke.
She did.
Yeah, earlier.
Okay. All right. Peter Seferati?
Hi, kids, how you doing? All right. I'm Peter Seferati. I got my boomer hat on. I had a really good education in public school, really good. And that was up in upstate New York a long time ago. I don't know not sure what's happening in public education anymore, but some people mentioned earlier in city council meetings and budget meetings and in school board meeting about the quality of education and what are the metrics of the graduates that are turning out. And it seems like they aren't really as good as they used to be, aren't as good as they should be. People have been talking about a couple things tonight: school locations, school budgets, and the effect of changing schools on students. And all these are real challenges. First of all, I'd like to say, in all these speeches, what are we teaching these kids? If you have to move to a different school, if you have a different teacher, if you have different classmates, you can do just as well and maybe even better. It might turn out to be a better situation. You can do it. You can handle it. It's a challenge.
Look, people, we've all listened. We've given.
Anyways, kids, don't.
You need to respect the speaker. Let him have the time.
Don't buy into the limitations we're trying to give. You can do it. You can do it. Okay. I don't know how much time I got left. A minute, 30? Okay. All right, so I want to talk about just a couple things here. Quality of education versus school location. Which is more important? Why does the location and the quality of the education have to be connected or disconnected? I don't understand that. People are talking about magnet schools. I want to know, why can't we have magnet curricula instead of magnet schools? Why can't every school be a magnet school? I don't get it. Why is there a better education over here than over here? You want to talk about equity and equality? Let's talk about that. Somebody made some snarky comments about budget and property taxes, and I'd like to say that tax rate went down, but my property taxes went up anyways. But I don't begrudge paying taxes and paying for these kids' education if they get a good education that's worth the money that I'm putting up for it. So I'd like to say that don't equate the budget with educational quality. How much does Baltimore City Schools pay per student to educate?
You don't know, I live in Lynchburg.
$21,606 last year. Who wants to move their kids to Baltimore City Schools? They spend a whole lot more on education than we do here. It's not a matter of money. Do not connect the two things. Don't have limited thinking. This community as a whole, including these students, can help solve these challenges. Listen to what everybody has to say. Thank you. You can do it.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Day. Thank you for all your participation. Let's move on to agenda item number H1, Finance Report. Mr. Paz, Dr. Edward.
Put you here. Okay. On to our regular finance report, and that is going to go to Mrs. Scott.
Good evening. We're going to start with the monthly board report. The monthly board report has a comparison of last year, July, to this year's July. You can see that the revenue received this year thus far has been 3.51%. Last year was at 6.8%. The difference there is that we have not received a city appropriation yet this year. As far as our expenditures to date, you can see we're at 78.03% to include, those are actual and encumbrances, about on par with 75.57% last year. Over on the city side of the street, there are 4 reserves. There's the health insurance reserve at $2 million, textbook reserve at $2.2 million, the special education reserve at $321,000, and the weather reserve is actually on our books at $25,000. The health insurance summary is just for July. Until the auditors come, we will not have that beginning balance as far as what's available. And then I'd also like to remind you that the changes that have been voted on do not go into effect until January. Our health insurance is on a calendar year versus a fiscal year. Excuse me. You can see the difference to July of 2022 in blue, and then in green is a comparison of the 22-23 school year to the 23-24 school year. Moving on to the revenue report. The revenue report is that same comparison of last year to this year. Like I said, the primary difference is that we have not received a city appropriation yet this year in the month of July. Excuse me. The expenditure report is just for this year, but that does show you the difference between the actual transactions that have been made and then the encumbrances. Right now, I will say that the encumbrances do include the $4.9 million worth of staff who are moving over to CARES. We wanted to make sure that we had an accurate number, so we allowed those to go through. We're in the process of moving those over now, so those numbers and those encumbrances may be high now. They will change with next month's report.
Questions for Ms. Capazzi? I have one if nobody else has. Guys, not have sidebar conversations, please. It distracts. So the insurance disbursement is almost twice of the receipts, right? So we're already in hole by $477,000. So you're looking at the calendar year, or you're looking at from the fiscal year?
We're looking at the fiscal year as far as the health insurance goes, and as far as it's showing as in the hole right now, that's because we are not, until the auditors are done making adjustments, we don't start with that beginning balance number. There is a number there. So right now, you're only looking at the actual receipts and the actual disbursements,
So-
not any excess that we have as far as the payable goes for the employer's portion.
So if the excess was neutral, zero, it means we are paying out twice the money we are taking in for health insurance premiums, right?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
So we are taking in premiums of about $402,000.
Yes.
We gave out health insurance benefit about $800,000. So what you're saying is there's an imbalance there of twice, 1:2 ratio.
For the month of July, yes. I cannot say, because I'm not familiar enough with exactly who's paying in July and then who's not, because of those people who are on 22 pays versus 24 pays. I can't say exactly. And then who actually gets paid in the month of July for the new year, and then whose month of July pay is actually from last year. So that's going to cause just a difference in those numbers for the month of July.
My only concern was it's $400,000 in a month, you multiply it by 12. We are looking at $4.8 million a gap by
12 months, July is not representative of the 12 months.
It's not, so
No.
that's why.
That's,
Okay.
so we don't have a trend. I'm.
Correct, no, not in the month of July.
Do we know, I'm sorry, I'm out of order.
Go ahead.
Do we have an idea what the discrepancy is? I'm just curious. We just want to make sure we're not caught off guard with some extraordinary expenses on the health insurance payouts.
So I don't think we're going to get caught off guard, because remember, come January, we've made some changes that should level that out. It will be indicative of last year, the last 6 months of last fiscal year, because there's been no change until January. So, but I don't think we are, preparing for any huge discrepancies like you're talking about, like we've seen in the past. January is when we're putting into place those changes that should level that out.
Last year was $800,000 deficient.
Right.
Last year was
Dr. Carter?
It was $400,000 this year.
Let me just.
Last year at this time was
Audience, would you please make sure that, I know pin drop silence is impossible, so that it doesn't, we should be able to hear Ms. Capazzi. With that sound, it's impossible. Go ahead, Dr. Carter.
Do we know the anticipated time that the council will release the funds?
That the council will release what funds?
You said that the difference in the amount for July of this year was because we haven't received the funds yet.
No, we're just waiting on the auditors to finish with, it's actually money on our books, but I don't want to put in an incorrect number. So when we have the correct number, that's when we will put that in, and then you will see the
the difference, where right now we're showing, and like Dr. Wodka just brought to my attention, if you look at July of 2023 in the white, that says that we have that deficit of $400,000. However, if you look at July of 2022, we had an $800,000 deficit at the time. So once we have that beginning balance, it should level that out, if that makes sense.
Other questions for Ms. Capazzi? Thank you. The next item is consent agenda. Any motion to approve? Anybody wants to pull an item out? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move.
Go ahead.
Mr. Trost, Mr. Andrews seconded the motion. Discussion on consent agenda. Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Mr. Jalil?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Trost?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. The next item, J1, Facilities Master Plan Update. Dr. Edwards?
Yeah, so we had on the agenda just to give an update on where we are with the facilities master plan. As you said earlier, no decisions have been made, so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wodka just to give a quick update.
Sure, thank you. So we have, as we mentioned over the meeting tonight, there have been a number of engagement sessions for the community, as well as a conversation last week at the Facilities and Finance Committee, which made a recommendation to the school board to take certain actions, and certainly those questions are the purview of the school board at this point. So we have handed that opportunity to you, as well as the number 4 scenarios that we provided to you this summer as well. So this exists in the purview of the school board, and we are happy to answer any questions or provide any assistance as we go forward.
Questions for Dr. Wodka?
I guess I have a question, and maybe on the numbers that Dr. Day presented at the Finance Committee meeting, did we do any sensitivity analysis? I know we talked about the money that was going to be saved, but I want to understand in a deeper dive, those savings dollars, does that include an account for, I mean, we're not laying off instructors and staff. We're not, we're still teaching students in that proposal at other facilities. So I get where their savings dollars are coming from, but I'm wondering if those are actual, do they encompass all the other added costs that are really not going anywhere? They're going to be moved around to different facilities. And I just haven't seen the data behind that.
Dr. Day, do you want to shed some light on your thought process?
I was going to do that. I don't know that I have a specific answer to the question. What I'm going to do when the discussion of Mr. Wodka's presentation is complete, I was going to ask to bring forward the recommendation from the Facilities and Finance Committee and go through the numbers and the motivation that led to it.
You can go through now.
But I don't want to cut off discussion.
Any other questions for Dr. Wodka before Dr. Day takes the floor? Go ahead.
Okay, so let me say that I acknowledge how difficult and controversial this is. A week ago, the Facilities and Finance Committee did meet, and I first opened the floor for comments about the scenarios that MGT had presented to us, and then after that, I presented another plan that I had come up with, and I want to explain where it came from. Many of our speakers tonight have asked questions about that, and I think it would be fair to say have challenged some of the reasoning that I used. And I don't mean to argue or dispute with the people who've spoken tonight. I just want to explain what the reasoning was that led to the proposal that I made to the Facilities and Finance Committee, which then discussed it and voted to bring it forward, a 2-to-1 vote, not unanimous, but voted to bring it forward to this council. And so that's what's happening now. But I want to walk you through some considerations. Before I get to the numbers, I want to explain a little bit of the background, some of which has already been highlighted by the speakers this evening. Before MGT, there was Dominion 7. So something like 2 years ago, this process began. And an architectural group, Dominion 7, was engaged to assess the status of our schools, the physical facilities of our schools, and make an assessment and make some recommendations. They said in their report, which is available online, that the reality is that we have too many schools based on the demographics and insufficient resources to take care of all the current buildings. That report, the Dominion 7 report, offered 3 options for moving forward. All 3 of them started with school closing and consolidation. The 4 scenarios that MGT has brought forward, all 4 of them involve either closing or repurposing one or more of our elementary schools. The repurposing is either conversion to a pre-K facility, or in the case of the scenario number 1, changing Heritage Elementary to an alternate education location to replace Fort Hill. That's a facility that serves high school and middle school students, not elementary school students. So all 4 proposals involve taking at least one of our current elementary schools offline. I want to remind you of some of the points that were made in the frequently asked questions document that's posted online. Some of the speakers this evening have quoted from it. One of the questions that's addressed in that document is, are these the only scenarios that are being considered? And again, quoting from that frequently asked questions document, the response to that is, these scenarios are simply a starting point. When this process is complete and after we've received the community's feedback, it is very likely that some hybrid of these scenarios or other options may be the final decision. Since this is such an important decision, your feedback is critical. Another question, where will staff go if closures happen? Generally, staff will be reassigned in the division. Because there's typically enough turnover in the system due to retirements and other reasons, there will likely be plenty of room to make reassignments. What happens to the special program at my child's school, Schools of Innovation, for instance? If a school of innovation closes, those programs would be combined into one or more of the other elementary schools. In fact, they may even be available in more schools than they are now. And then the last quote from that document that I'll read is, how will the final decision be made? The school board, with input from the city council, will make the final decision. We anticipate that this will occur during the fall of 2023. The superintendent has said that we need a decision by November 1. After tonight, there are 3 more board meetings before November 1. We don't have a lot of time if we're going to meet that November 1 deadline. Okay, so what I did before I brought this to the Facilities and Finance Committee for their consideration is I sat down and thought about, if I had to make this decision myself, what would I do? Now, I am not a veteran of Lynchburg City Schools. All my own children went through schools in Montgomery County, so I have no attachment to a particular school here. The study that MGT carried out and some of the results that have come back from the community conversations are to identify several core actions that have been the focus. Close to home zoning, expanding pre-K options, expanding career and technical education options, remove portable classrooms, and elementary building improvements. Now, my personal perspective is that I don't find that those considerations help me distinguish one of those four scenarios from another. All four of the scenarios include pursuing close to home zoning. All four of the scenarios include looking for increased pre-K opportunities. All four of the scenarios talk about looking for improved career and technical education opportunities. So I don't think, this is my personal opinion, I don't think those criteria, as important as they are, help us point to one of those four scenarios over another. In fact, I think we are looking at so many criteria, all of which are important, that it's making it very hard for us to come to a decision. We've got so many aspects of this that we're trying to balance that I think we're pretty much tangled up at this point, and I think we're paralyzed, not able to make a decision. So how do we get out of that? And again, this is still me speaking. My response was, well, why are we doing this? The fundamental reason, as I've reiterated from what both Dominion 7 and MGT has told us, is that our enrollments are declining. We cannot justify the expense of our current collection of school facilities. Even at the most recent leadership meeting with myself and Dr. Gupta and the mayor and vice mayor, we were told by the city finance people that we cannot afford the status quo. We cannot just continue as we are with current available funds. The status quo is not a financial possibility. We have to change something. Specifically, we have to reduce school capacity. There's lots of other considerations. Special programs that exist at the schools, auditoriums, attendance zones, bus routes, all of those are important. But my personal opinion is that we have to make, before we can address all those things, we have to know what schools we are going to be operating. Once we know what schools we're operating, we can work out the bus routes, we can work out where the special programs should be housed, where we have opportunity for increased pre-K space. All those things can be worked out. The first decision that we have to make is which schools. I'm trying to separate our decision-making into sort of stages. Once we know which schools we're operating, then we can decide how we address all those issues. I know you disagree with me, but I'm just telling you what my reasoning has been because I think you need to know. Okay, so if that's the decision we need to make up front, I then ask myself, okay, how do we make that decision? How do we make the decision of which schools to close? All right. So let me look at the spreadsheet here. All of the data here came from the documents that are publicly available. The column that says capacity and enrollment, these two columns came from the presentation that MGT it's on the LCS webpage under Facilities Master Plan and Resources. The maintenance cost, this column, came from the scenario planning document that was linked to the August 1 agenda of the Facilities and Finance Committee meeting. You can go to Board Docs, go to that meeting, and you can find that document. The condition grade and site size came from the Dominion 7 report that's posted on the March 22, 2022 joint meeting with City Council on Board Docs. So all of that information is publicly available. So let me tell you what I did here. I took the 2022 enrollment for all of our elementary schools. Everything's been focused on elementary schools. So that's what I did. I focused on the elementary schools. Here was the reported 2022 enrollment, 3,799. Now, I guess we don't have numbers for the current year's enrollment yet. We have been told repeatedly by the MGT people that the target should be that your enrollment should be something like from 80 to 90% of your total capacity. Okay? Here is our total capacity, 4,702. For this to be 90% of our capacity would need to be this number, 4,221. 90% of that number is our current enrollment. So I took that as, okay, what we need to do is reduce our capacity to something like this. Okay, where our capacity is currently like this, we're about 400 seats over, according to trying to get ourselves in that 80 to 90% range. Okay, so that's a discrepancy of about 481 seats. So based on this numerical calculation, we're looking to reduce our capacity by about 480 seats. So that means, how do you reduce your capacity? You have to close a school or two. So which schools to close? So what I did is I took this column, this maintenance cost column. This came to us from the MGT people. This is an estimate of the cost to run that school, make the required maintenance and safety repairs. So the minimum expenditure to run each of the 11 schools. And then I divided that number by capacity to get this column. So this column gives us an estimate of the cost of operating each school per student capacity. Now, when we spoke to the gentleman from MGT this morning on the phone, I explained to him the calculation I had done, and he said, yes, that's an entirely appropriate use of those numbers, to divide this by the capacity to get a per student cost per school. Now, I know that does not look at the programs that are at that school. It doesn't look at the distance that students have to travel. This is just a purely numerical calculation, and that's what I told the reporter last week. Several of you repeated the quote that I made. So, if we're looking to reduce capacity, it seems sensible to me to reduce the capacity that's the most expensive. So which two schools are most expensive to run per student? Darrington and TC. That's where those two numbers came from. Now, I know you may disagree that this is the wrong way to make that decision. I'm just telling you where the decision came from, okay? I'm just giving you information. So what happens if we close those two schools? You can see in this column, I set up the spreadsheet so I could play with closing any combination of schools and see how it would affect the numbers. If you close those two schools, now the total of the open schools is 4,176. That's a little bit lower than the target amount. If we can go to the next page of this slide, please. The next page of this presentation. Here are, with those two schools closed, these are the percentage of capacity used over the next decade based on MGT's projected enrollments. So we would be over 90% this year, but from the next year on till 10 years from now, we will stay in the range that Mr. Richards from MGT keeps calling the sweet spot. Okay? That's where the choice of those two schools came from. And once again, I'm telling you what considerations went into it, and you can disagree whether those are appropriate considerations or not. I'm simply informing you. So, based on that, making sure I haven't forgot to say anything here, I suggested that a plan that we could pursue is the following. Phase one would be to make the decision to close Darrington and T.C. Miller. I understand how you feel about that. We would pursue close to home zoning. City Council has already appropriated the money that is anticipated to be required for the legal costs to do that. That will give us more flexibility for close to home zoning. If there's anything we learned from all the community input, it's that close to home zoning has probably the strongest support of any aspect of this. That, by pursuing unitary status, we would have more freedom in designing attendance zones that keep the students close to the schools they attend. Then we suggested requesting 15 million be dedicated to increasing the capacity of RMBAS. And the reason for that is there's a significant contingent of students that live very close to Bass but are being bused to Heritage Elementary School. Close to home zoning will mean there needs to be a lot more capacity for Bass to accommodate the students that are currently living in what is likely to be its attendance zone but are not able to attend there. And so Bass would need to have extra capacity to do that. That would pay for things like additional classrooms, an upgrade of the auditorium, and the gymnasium. And then lastly, the last item of what we're calling Phase 1 would be to proceed as we can with the safety and maintenance repairs at the remaining elementary schools. If we make that decision now to close Darrington and Miller, do these other items, we will have the decision in hand that the superintendent has asked for by November 1. We will be in a position to start working out a transition plan, consider the special programs that are dear to many of you that exist at Darrington and T.C. Miller, and see if we can relocate them to other facilities so the programs don't go away, so that the teachers that have been so successful there don't go away. They stay part of our system. They're just moved to other facilities. Phase 2, that's where we can do the planning for pre-K and increased career and technical development facilities. We're not going to be able to do that as quickly as we can. The things I listed in Phase 1. In fact, one of the tasks on the board's agenda this year is to develop a new 5-year plan, which could and I believe ought to include how we plan for those items. Development of pre-K facilities, career and technical development, and other things like that. So that, by splitting the decision this way, that gives us more time to work out how we can accommodate pre-K and career and technical development. We would also then be vacating the Darrington and T.C. Miller properties. Those would return to the city, and the city can decide what they want to do with them. They may want to tell us to take them back and use them for pre-K or use them for career and technical development. But that would be the city's decision. The city owns the buildings, the school division does not. That was our recommendation to from the Facilities and Finance Committee to the board. What I've gone over with you is both this document here, that's a 2-page PowerPoint slide, or PowerPoint file, is attached to the Finance Committee report on the agenda for this evening, as well as a document called the August 29 proposal, which is pretty much what I've talked through with you here. It's the exact text of what I read to the Facilities and Finance Committee on August 29th. So those documents are publicly available for you to review if you would like.
Go ahead, Dr. Edwards.
Just because my name was mentioned a couple times, and I'd just like to address November 1. So November 1, yes, I did say if we are going to make any substantial changes that are going to happen in fall of 2024. So if we're closing or rezoning or consolidating, those to me are substantial changes that need thoughtful planning and time. Yes, I would need to know that before November 1 so that we, and when I say we, I mean administration, school board, community, parents, staff, need to be involved in what does that look like so we have the best possible start in fall of 2024. That is not the type of thing you tell me March 30th or after spring break. Hey, by the way, when you come back in the fall, there is no way for us as a community to do that in a thoughtful manner. So if the goal is to have some kind of substantial change for this coming fall 2024, yes, I would like to know before November 1 because I think that this community deserves lead time, plan time, and that is not something that I can put together by myself. I need my entire staff, families working with us so that we can look at those options for what makes sense before we do those things. If there is not a substantial change, if the goal is to have a substantial change in 2025, 2026, or whenever it is, and I will go on record to say that it has been said that we've kicked this can down, kicked the can down, so that there may need to be a decision for fall 2024. Whatever decision we make, I think it should be a thoughtful one that we make together with enough time so that we account for whatever that change is, because the impact is going to be huge with that. So I personally just want to clarify, when I hear the superintendent said we had to do this by November 1, there was a condition to, you've asked us for 2 years, we've gone through 2 consultants, and thank you to the community that has come out to, I don't know how many hours of community conversation between what we did the first year with the Dominion 7 report, the second year with the MGT report, and Dr. Wodeker, correct me, we did the first wave of MGT, then we went back and did a second wave of MGT with the community. We took that much time to invest in the community. Why would we not expect time to invest in the implementation as well?
Would you entertain discussion on your presentation?
I'm happy to answer any questions that the board members have.
If nobody has, I have, but if somebody has, I don't want to.
I won't say question, but comment.
Comment, sure.
I recognize the amount of effort and so forth that you expended trying to pull this information together. But based on the information that was presented to us by the people that live in the community and are most greatly impacted about this decision, I think it would be wise for us to spend more time having conversations, eliciting responses, and so forth, so that we can ensure that we're doing what is best for our children and for our community.
Please hold your applause later on. And I have conversation with Dr. Day yesterday morning. My personal concern was he has done a thorough analysis, no doubt, but it comes across as my analysis. It needs to be much broader than that, because we spend a lot of time having the consultant in there. We had community input. So before we go forward, we need to continue that path so that we have multiple voices vetting these numbers out, making sure that they meet the muster, right? And we are doing the right thing, because these decisions are one-way street. Once we tell Dr. Edwards we are closing these schools down, that is it. And the buildings are done, and then we cannot come back. Means you can, so we can come back, but the point is, we move forward. So that was my take, that could we do it slightly differently? But I don't, Mr. Strauss, you wanted to say something, so I'm not holding.
Well, I guess one comment or a number of comments. The first thing that struck me, and I want the public to recognize this, is the city leadership has told our leadership the money is not there to sustain this. I visited Darrington, I love it. Visited T.C. Miller, I love it. Those are phenomenal schools. We get it. These are tough decisions. Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to close those schools. We're being backed into a corner. If the funds are not there to do it, I'm not sure what else we can do. We fought to get higher pay for our staff. I don't want to take that back to find money. But we need to find the money somewhere, and if the money's not available, we don't have many options. I do want to say, this man has done, that's a very thorough analysis. I don't think anybody should be going after the messenger. He's done a very good analysis. I commend you for that. I appreciate the thought that's gone through it. Again, we hear you loud and clear. We're talking dollars and cents here, and there is an element of emotion, and we hear that. But when you're forced to make decisions based upon dollars and cents, you don't have much room wiggle room. But I do appreciate also that we ask people to come to the table with solutions, and I hear some different ideas, whether it is a fundraiser, and I appreciate that comment. Nothing wrong with throwing those comments. We get it. But I'm not sure what else. We want to take a deeper dive at it. We want to look at some different scenarios. And I know I attended every event, and hopefully I saw you there. But I reiterated to everyone I spoke to at the community events, these 4 scenarios are starting blocks. This is not necessarily these. So we need to start somewhere, and those 4 scenarios are where we're going to start. I don't like the ideas of closing schools. So we're open. I'm open to ideas. I know we're all open to ideas, and that's what we want to do. Ultimately, it is for the children, and that's the best, and that's what we want to do for the best for the children.
Thank you. Dr. Day?
So I wanted to add, when we spoke to Mr. Richards this morning, Dr. O'Toole and myself, about the 4 scenarios and the fact that the Finance Committee was recommending something that wasn't one of the 4, he said, yeah, we've always expected that. We've always expected that there would be a scenario 5 that came from local considerations. The other thing I'd like to say is whatever we decide to do, to take more time to think about it, to look at other aspects of it, my underlying concern is I'm not sure the board knows how to make this decision in the end. At some point, whatever input we get in, and we've had a lot of it, the document that collects the comments from the 4 community conversations in July runs to over 80 pages. How are we going to take whatever additional information and input we receive, and how will that help us come to a final decision? I think each of us, each board member needs to think about that. Are we all quietly hoping that somebody else will put something on the table and take the heat for it? But the buck stops here at this table. As uncomfortable as it may be, we as the board have to make a decision. And so I'm asking each of you to think privately, how are we going to come to that conclusion? Mr. Paul wants to. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr.
I agree a lot with most everything parents have been saying to students. I think ideal would be to have 8-to-1, 10-to-1 classroom. I think that'd be fantastic. We've been tasked with a specific job. I think that we all want to see teacher salary raised. We don't have that control. That's not in our lane. We do not have the ability as a board to determine where things go. That is up to Dr. Edwards and her staff. The numbers are sound. I have a lot of faith in the teachers. I have a lot of faith in the staff that this can be done under the numbers that you have provided. And I've reviewed. They are sound. They're solid. I can't take away the emotion, and everyone I talk to says it's something you need to take into consideration. Absolutely. But we have been tasked with a duty by City Council. The final vote is going to be City Council's. We need to push it forward to them for their final decision, whatever the decision is, whatever as a board we decide. But these are sound numbers, and I stand in full support of Dr. Day. I appreciate the work that he did, and I don't want him to stand alone on this.
It's not about me. It's about trying to help us.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I understand that. And as I told you before in private, and I wouldn't say anything in private that I wouldn't say in public, I support this decision. I think it's a good decision. I do believe that as a board, we are capable of making the decision based on what we have available to us. This is one of the best, most intelligent boards I've been on, if not the most intelligent, most diversified, most capable of making a decision. I trust everybody, although we might not agree. Even though we might not agree with teachers or parents, that's okay. We have a decision to make, and I think we have enough information to make it.
Okay. Dr. Carter?
We can make this decision. That's what we're tasked to do. but I'm not gonna make a decision because I'm being forced to make one by city council. My first thought is gonna be for the students, and also listening to the parents and the other people, individuals in the community. Now, what's the cost saved by closing? Does that get us to where we want to be? No. Okay. The other thing is, a lot of times we sit around here and we don't know the intricacies of everything. Where are all these students going? Just take off the table the 15 million to Bass. If we don't get 15 million to help us with whatever else, how do we know that we're guaranteed 15 million for Bass? Where do these other 200, whatever, whoever wants to do the math, 200 and some students going? And we can take any variable. We can change those variables and come up with the different outcomes. You can take the variables and do site size instead of looking at the maintenance costs. Why do we pick the maintenance costs? We can look at any variable. We can change the boundaries of Dearrington, Desi. Why do we only have that many? Are we having so many seats saved for certain people? We can change that boundary by picking one or two apartment complexes that are right near to where Dearrington is. We can change the size of T.C. Miller. Then if we're talking about heritage, if we move the number of students that come from James Crossing, what would that do to the heritage size? So then we can say, okay, we need to close another school. One council person wants us to get down to 3.5 schools. So what are we gonna do? Next year, we're gonna come back and say, well, now we need to take it down some more. We need to make this decision based on what's best for this school. And also, we need to fight for our monies and for what we want.
Ms. Lowry?
I was just going to let you know, as a teacher as well, teaching for 31 years, but as a military brat, okay? Hear this side of the story, no matter what decision is made. I've been in 7 schools my whole life, all right? With every change that came into my life, I could make a choice to grumble about it or to see that glass half full. Opportunities came my way. When one door opens, another door closes. When one door closes, another one opens. Your ability to go somewhere with your students is there. We're not trying to divide you up. You could love on those same children wherever you go. But at the same time, there's always an opportunity, because in your schools, the chairs and the walls and the seats don't teach those kids. You do. So wherever you go with those children, your same opportunities to enrich their lives is always there. I just want you to hear that you matter, and what you do does matter. And wherever you go and wherever you take them, no matter what changes, it matters, and you can still teach those kids and make a difference in their lives.
Any other comment before? I just wanted to make one thing clear. Several numbers have been thrown in the last couple of days. 15, 7.2. So just wanted to, for the public who is watching us, why we are here, what made us come here. So $7.2 million is by the number by which our budget is off-centered this year. We are in $4 million hole because we opted to go for $15.47 for our teachers. Minimum $15 an hour wage and minimum $47,000 salary. We were not funded by our fiscal agencies, and I'm not going to name them, to fill up that gap. But this board decided to use coronavirus money, which is a one-time fund, to use it for this year's budget. So this year's budget is fine, but the next year will be off by $4 million if we keep the same salaries. So the choice is reduce the salary? No. Or choice is to have savings other places. So this is $4 million story. The other is 3.2. 3.2 were positions we approved about 3 years ago. I still remember we were at EC. One thing you gotta understand is on this board, there are only 2 members who are on that board at that time. The rest are brand new. And 3.2 were positions approved about 3 years ago using coronavirus money. And at that time, Dr. Edwards could be my witness, I raised that issue. I said, this is one-time money, right? And how are you going to backfill it? Because you cannot make a variable cost as a fixed cost. You know, means if I assume my bonus will exist rest of my life, then I'm drinking Kool-Aid from a place where everybody needs to do it. You understand? So at that time, I'm pointing at you, Dr. Edwards, to just say, yes, Gupta, you're right.
You did say that.
Yeah, so we took a hit for $3.2 million. But that coronavirus money was for 3 years. You know, that funding was 3 to 4 years. So next year, assuming that money will evaporate, we'll have a total off-centered budget of $7.2 million.
A deficit.
A deficit, the off-centered budget, a deficit of $7.2 million. And $7.2 million, you say, okay, why don't we go to the fiscal agencies and ask for $7.2 million? Perfectly fine. If you get just $7.2 million next year, what it does is no raises for our teachers next year, right? Because 70 to 80% of our budget is human resource. So to give raises 2 to 3% next year, we'll need more money on top of $7.2 million. So it's an unending spiral. Once you get in, it's difficult to get out from. And so I just wanted to make sure people know when you hear this number 7.2, where it is coming from. And the other number is 15 million. So I have been hearing these phone calls for the last 3-4 days. Why don't you use 15 million to balance the 7.2? And I've been telling those people, 15 million is like a bonus. When you get a bonus from your employer, it's just one time. You're not getting that bonus each month, each year. That's just one-time incentive for saying you've done a good job. So this 15 million is a one-time money we ask from the fiscal agencies. So if you use it to balance the budget for 7.2, what will happen next year or year after? We'll be in the same boat. Do you understand what I'm saying? So 15 million was done with the hope that when you do all this movement around, we don't want some schools to be overcrowded. You don't want 40 students in a classroom. Do you see what I'm saying? And I've been very vocal about that Ward 2, if you watch the city council, school board joint meetings. But we got to be mindful of the fact that we cannot just throw decisions at these people and crowd up these classrooms with 35 to 40 students just because we want. So that 15 million intent was that you take the action proactively. You understand? Proactively. Before anything is done. We don't know if we'll get it or not. And as somebody said, if you don't get it, we are in a quandrum where we'll end up where we have a large population of students per classroom going forward if everything pans out the way I've been hearing and reading in these documents. So I just wanted to make sure 15 and 7.2 is clear because all these phone calls I've been getting, I'm trying to explain, but to those who have not heard, just wanted to clarify. Dr. Carter.
Just going back, I missed some of what you said, but hopefully this is what you were talking about. But during the time we were using the CARES funding, you stood firm with that. And I was not so much with you because I said, what we will do is we will assess these positions. And if they know they are hired by the CARES funds, then when the CARES runs out, then their job is no longer warranted, and or we look at the positions that are there that we can fill, see if we need those, and if we don't, then we switch them up. And the other thing is, Dr. Edwards told us that we will need more money from City Council because they dropped our funding drastically to 39, was it the year before, I think, because of this CARES fund, and now they it seems just determined to drop it even further. But that was the lowest we had since I had been on the board for 5 or 6 years. So that's some of the problem too.
I'm not arguing with you, but my argument at that time was, you give me a car to ride from my home to work every day, which I've been walking all along. And then 3 years later, guess what you say, Gupta, tough luck now, you're going to walk back to work. How will I feel?
Well, if you know in advance, if I say, then you've been walking and you're gonna walk again in 4 more years because we may not, because we can't give you that car after 4 years.
So, that's, it's when you make kids in the system habitual of a behavior therapist, it's very difficult to take it back. They are built into the system because they are providing valuable service. That's the reason we added them into the system. If they had no value added, why would we have them in the system to begin with? So if they are value added, it's very difficult to take them back. But I've said enough. Any other discussion on it?
FJ.
FJ, go ahead.
This decision is a hard decision, fundamentally, only if nothing else changes. If there are no additional interventions or opportunities that changes the dynamic that was given to the Finance Facilities Committee, then the hard decision must be made. So, that's the first point. Number two, an idea like the Secure Solar Futures is an avenue to find revenues that can increase what we need to operate these schools. But this one thing, that one idea, is probably not enough. So how can we have more input, more ideas, more sources to make the change that's needed according to my first point? If nothing changes, then this is the hard decision. And number three, if we do use the $15 million to buy about 2 years of time for these other schools, then that gives enough time for the parents, the teachers, and the community to raise the $7.2 million in some other ways. That's something that has come up in my mind as I looked at these situations. So let's keep an open mind on how we can do things that will just make things an easier decision overall. Thank you.
Do you have a recommended, any solutions going forward? What should we do from here on? We got Finance Committee, they met, right? The proposal they have not brought to us right now, but they had a discussion and a vote.
We've voiced the proposal.
We voiced the proposal.
The board has not decided what to do with it.
What's the, I'll use Dr. Coleman's words, what's the pleasure of the board?
Well, we need to tell the folks what we decided tonight versus what
So would you like to,
expected.
go ahead.
I would like for us to work with MGT and come up with some various scenarios. And also, we have the unitary status to look at for the September the 19th meeting, and also, one other thing just left me. But we need to do that also first.
Mr. DePaul.
Are you finished, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. I find MGT woefully lacking in accommodating our needs. Up to this point, maybe they weren't given the right marching orders. Maybe we need to be a little more specific with them. I don't know, but they've given us what they've given us. We have invested enough, 150,000 plus. I don't find them to be as reputable as I would want in an engineering firm. That being said, I would recommend, my point is, because I agree with what we agreed upon in the committee, we go forward, and all these other ideas could augment future decisions, future budgets. Start with what has come out of committee. My position, this is my opinion, start with what's come out of committee and augment all these other great ideas going forward.
What I'm hearing from you, and hearing both of you, what I'm hearing from you, Dr. Carter, you wanted to take it a deeper dive into Dr. Day's numbers. And what I'm hearing from you is with very specific instructions to MGT, if they follow those instructions and come back to us.
Not so much a deeper dive just into Dr. Day's number, but a deeper dive into what MGT is directing us to, and also more community involvement. Then we have Dr. Updike that's coming too, and also we have the unitary status. So we have a lot more to do.
Go ahead.
If we're going to ask MGT to give us something more, I think we need to be pretty specific
Very
about what we're
specific, yeah.
asking them for.
It has to be because they had 4 scenarios, right? So this is kind of 5th scenario up there on the table.
Did they know that what we needed was the 7.2 million? Were they informed of that?
I don't know
Because
what they were.
none of their scenarios came close to what we need. As dictated by, again, and I understand the resistance to city council, I understand that. But they hold the purse strings, they're gonna make the last decision.
So maybe we should take it back to them
That's,
with our 7.2 million.
and that's exactly what I'm saying. Let's bring this forward to them. We can bring it forward, have them pass it or not, and we can augment any future budgets with, again, the great ideas that are coming out of this board.
So again, you're suggesting same thing, take this recommendation of Finance Committee to MGT to evaluate this in light of the other 4 scenarios, see if they need to do some more alterations in terms of mix and match and come back to us.
At the same time, we bring forward to city council the decision that the committee has come. If it's the board's will to approve that, bring it forward to city council.
So they bring it to board first, we gotta.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We're bringing it to the board, and if it's the board's will, we bring it to city council. Let's keep them on the path. We're making good progress.
So we basically, if I'm wording the motion right, is that we send the Finance Committee's proposal back to the MGT to, again, I'm using the word deeper dive, to look at these numbers, look at the scenarios they had presented before, the community feedback they have collected so far, the surveys they have so far, and come back with very specific recommendation. They never had a specific recommendation for us. They provided like 4 items on a buffet, and you go pick which item you want. So what you're asking is, ask them to come with a specific recommendation.
No, I'm not asking that.
Yeah.
I'm saying bring this forward. If the board votes, let's bring it to the board. We vote on what comes from committee.
Also, this vote on the committee's recommendation.
Yes, the committee to the board, we vote on it. And in addition to that, because you were leaving out the committee's work, if the board doesn't want to do it, that's fine. I'm saying that bring, in addition to that, to MGT beyond what the committee is recommending.
You guys can make a motion to that effect
Yeah,
if you want.
it's still, it's not clear to me what we're asking of MGT. I mean, we could communicate to them, and we more or less did this morning, what the committee's recommendation is, but what do we want MGT to do with that? Do you want them to put it side by side with their other 4 and do a comparative analysis? Or are we asking for information that they did not give us for the other scenarios either?
If that's what the board wants to do, great.
See, I don't know what that-
I'm not recommending that.
I don't know what that other information is. When people say, let's do a deeper dive, I don't know what specifically that includes.
I don't either, and I'm not asking for that.
Yeah.
I'm saying that a recommendation has come from committee.
Mm-hmm.
Let's vote on it, and if it is approved, we send it to city council. In addition to that, if we want to include MGT in any future scenarios, we can do that too. We have something from committee.
I think without confusing people, I think you should have 2 separate motions.
Absolutely.
But let's,
Thank you.
so if you want something moved, one can make a motion, and let's have a second and vote on it. And
We don't have to, it's coming from committee.
That's
But there still needs to be a motion.
There has to be a motion.
We've made the report to the board. If the board wants to
Gotcha.
accept the report,
Is that, you bring it to committee, or you make the motion, or can anyone make the motion?
I don't want to make the motion. I don't want my name to be further associated with this. I am where it originated, but I don't want this to be Dave's proposal. This
It
is,
is Dave's proposal, though.
it was. It's not anymore. It's the committee's proposal.
Could you define, for the
Make the
record,
motion.
could you define what the motion is?
I make the motion that we consider the recommendation from committee,
The Finance Committee.
the finance committee, to forward this to city council for city council consideration.
And what that entails, could you define bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4?
Well, it's,
It's the committee report.
Committee report.
yeah, it's,
So it's for, just for, because it's, the committee report has not been presented yet. It's the
yes,
next
I did.
item.
I thought I did.
It's
I
the
thought you
next
did
item,
too.
in terms of public disclosure. So you're looking at the closure of T.C. Miller,
Yes,
closure of Deerington,
yes.
close to home rezoning.
No, that did not come from committee.
Okay, but what else? These
The
are.
numbers came from committee. to close the two schools.
Okay, so that's the item you have on
We're
the
just
table.
talking about that.
Okay.
Period.
Any discussion on, because since it's a committee recommendation, any discussion on that motion?
Can we have the motion stated, you know, singularly, one time? Because we keep going back and forth.
Yes, that's exactly the motion. Yes, ma'am.
So she's asking to state it once more.
Okay. I make the motion to take the recommendation from the Finance Committee to close the two schools so that we can forward this to City Council.
Dr. Carter?
Clarity, so the close to home is not part of this.
I thought that was the committee's recommendation, so it looks like you guys parsed it out. That's, yeah, but
It's going to be a separate motion.
He
It'll be a
mentioned that
separate.
only as a phase one. That was only part of the phase one process.
The only part of phase one was to close the schools. Phase two is the close to home, once we go through Title I and the other items.
Well,
No, yeah,
No.
close to home, close to home.
That's not
is
true.
phase
you
one.
want me to reiterate what the committee's
Yes, please,
suggestion was?
go ahead.
Phase 1 has 4 parts. Close Deerington and TC Miller, pursue close-to-home zoning and unitary status, request $15 million to increase capacity RM Baths, and proceed with the safety and maintenance repairs and renovations at the other facilities. All 4 of those together were phase 1.
So is your motion entails 4, that's the committee's recommendation.
Then that will be my motion.
That's your motion. Since it's a committee recommendation, this doesn't require a second,
That's correct.
right? Any discussion on that motion?
This motion is to present the data to city council and nothing else?
No. This motion is to basically order Dr. Edwards to close TC Miller, Deerington, order her to do.
No, the motion was to take this recommendation to city
I'm
council.
looking over.
The motion was to take the recommendation to city council.
Yeah, but recommendation to city council means the board approves the closure
Right,
of
that
the.
means
Yes.
the board, what
Yeah.
the city council is.
Approves the closure of
It's
the.
not on Dr. Edwards at this point,
Yeah.
it's the
Yeah,
board.
but that board approves the,
Right,
Yes,
so who's gonna do it?
So question
Lowry.
then, so that means that we're not gonna go back to MGT, is that so that is, and say, give us a plan that saves us the most money, period. Instead of giving us scenarios, give us a plan that saves the most money so that we're not in this hole, so we know what direction we're going. Do we wanna ask this company to do this?
I stand open to modify my motion if there is discussion on this, if you want to discuss it. Otherwise, I'm perfectly satisfied going with the recommendation from committee.
If we were
That was just
starting,
my
if we were starting
question.
over, I would have MGT give us 4 scenarios, each one of them hitting the 7.2 million mark, so that we can have some clearer view of what will actually work. And if that didn't happen, if we're going to do something further with MGT, I would like that to be the case.
I cannot support the motion as it is. I do not want to go ahead and close 2 schools and not know if we're going to get the rest of the funding to make the overall plan work. I think
It's dangerous.
it's, being held hostage,
It's
which
careless.
I'm not willing to do that. I agree, I think, and this is a big decision, so I do not want, I listened to the comments on the drive-in after changing the tire. I agree, it's not something we want to rush, and if we need to go back to the consultant with the specific targets, which I think that is the right approach, this is the target we're trying to achieve. We recognize we are in a hole financially. This is what we need to do. Now, they may come back with the same recommendation that Dr. Day has put together. I get it. But number one, I feel a little bit more comfortable with it. Not that, you did good analysis. But I really do not want to go back to city council and say, listen, we recommend closing the schools. Oh, and by the way, I hope you give me $15 million so we can accommodate these other students with another innovative school. So that motion I can't support.
It's
I
okay.
think there's an intermediary.
I like FJ's proposal.
I think
And
that-
I will withdraw, if you make that motion, I will withdraw my motion so that you can make that motion.
Yeah, 'cause they need to give us
I
a
will,
specific.
is that fair?
Fair.
I withdraw my motion.
Sorry. Dr. Carter?
And to add to that, we need to also look at other variables. The size, that was one. Also, are they close to home?
Size,
The size, whatever that,
Capacity.
Capacity?
No, the land size.
Acres.
Oh, yeah, that came from the
Acres, yeah, site
Dominion 7.
And was that, I'm sorry, I'm out of order.
Go ahead.
And that's included, my understanding was that was included in the scoring, which is a grade. I mean, it's a kind of a broad scoring, but I think maybe that's what, when the comment, a deeper dive into some of the information, that's what I think Dr. Carter's talking about. We want to look at that. But I still think, give some criteria to the consultants, and these things are important to us. And I really think we need to have them a target. I think it's a good.
If those 4 scenarios don't reach 7.2, then you want them to come for a 5th one, or just stay, because they have 4 options out there. If they don't meet that threshold, then what? We need to be very specific to them in terms.
I think you're being, specific.
No.
I think FJ's being specific.
What he's saying is, each scenario needs to meet a threshold of 7.2.
Absolutely.
So they have 4 of them out there. In case none of them meet that threshold, what should they do? They just say, go back home?
They can't come back with anything without it.
That's 7.2 in annual operating costs,
Yeah.
not capital expenditures.
Yeah, yeah.
Dr. Cooper.
So we need to direct them, if it gets worse, which means they would come to try to close preschools or do something like that, then we need to extend the research and analysis to either the middle schools or some other part of our expenses, because this is bad enough. This is a hard decision enough. It can't get to be worse. So if we're gonna hit that target of 7.2, it may just be for 1 year or yearly, but we have to keep it at that
Specific.
or less.
We do have.
None of them will reach 7.
We do have operational savings estimates for each of the 4 scenarios for fiscal year 2030. Scenario 1, the operational savings was a little bit over 1 million. Scenario 2, the operational savings was 3.7 million. For scenario 3, the operational savings was about 4.5 million. For scenario 4, the operation savings was about 5.1 million. None of those reached 7.2.
That's what I was saying.
So my point is, we do have operational savings number estimates for the 4 scenarios. Now, if what we'd want from MGT is an operational savings estimate based on what the Facilities and Finance Committee recommended, then that's something we could ask for. We don't have a number for that now. We don't know what it would be.
That's what I meant by deeper dive. Because those savings don't reach that threshold, and that's why I was asking.
And it might be that the Facilities and Finance proposal wouldn't reach 7.2 either.
Mr. Andrews?
Dr. Modica, does MGT require additional funding for more scenarios?
So we have a little bit of time that we had budgeted for implementation planning. So if you chose to do close to home zoning or some other zoning, of course, if you close any schools, you'd have to do some zoning work, which would be a part of that scope. So you do have more time. We could alter the scope, I'm sure, just realizing that once we did that implementation work, it's going to cost more money to do that. So, they've fulfilled those responsibilities based on the way the scope of work was designed, which was provided to the school board in February. But certainly, it just depends on how much work you want to have done. Yep.
Mr. Trost?
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Carter.
Dr. Carter.
Thank you. Also, we need to know the progress of the unitary status. That's one thing. If we don't, then we're gonna have to relook at all of this. So that's why I said we need to really, it's a coordination. It's not just doing this. We have to really work to get all of this done pretty much simultaneously.
I thought we met those green factors, so we could do close to home rezoning without lifting the DSEG order. Yeah, I'm asking.
So in our preliminary work, which we would have to add last year's and this year's data to it, yes, it was very favorable, but we did not do the court proceedings to actually pursue unitary status. The other thing that we have done since 1971 is we have closed schools. We have done different zoning without touching that DSEG order at all or having gone to court to do so. So we have a history of making decisions, one of the reasons to pursue unitary status for a community, it doesn't bode well for community to have a forced DSEG order in 2023 from 1971. So that was the initial pursuit. It's also very business friendly to say that that's not something that is part of this community, but it did not stop us from doing what we have been doing for the last plus years since 1971 and making some changes. And just for the benefit of the audience and the listening audience, the D to pursue unitary status, you're at the timeline of the courts, and that could be quick, 6 months, or it could be 18 months. So waiting for unitary status would, and if that may be something that the school board says, let's wait until we pursue unitary status to see what that is and then make a move. But that is on a totally different timeline than what we have here.
So what I'm hearing from you is none of the scenarios will be hindered by not having that DSEG order from the court, right? We can still move forward.
Unless we do something really quirky, which I'm not advising, I think our plan was to, now that we have a full understanding of what those green factors are, is to make sure that we're always leading with the green factors. We want to make sure our schools are balanced, and more importantly, that the opportunities for staff and students and families at all schools are available at all schools. So that's part of what you want to do when you're rezoning and shifting programs.
Mr. Trost?
And this may be naive, but I'm trying to just think outside the box a little bit. Another hybrid idea is what's preventing us from saying, hey, City Council, we like this recommendation. We're gonna, maybe it's not 15 million, but we're gonna need an increase in budget of $1 million or $2 million, something along the lines that maybe some of these other scenarios would be palatable from a financial standpoint. I mean, we're working, we're trying. We don't, I think I heard on one of the commentary, you don't cut off the foot to save the leg. We don't want to hinder our school system based upon some money. Now, with that said, I do recognize we're trying to hit the sweet spot. So I don't want that to be lost on everybody, including myself. There's a balance, and we just have, it seems to be, from the studies, too many vacant seats in our schools. So I guess it's part of it as well.
That costs money.
That costs money.
And it ties up resources that could be being used for people.
Right, right. It's, the buildings are underutilized, is ultimately what we've been told by the consultants, starting from opinion 7 onward. So I don't want that to be lost on all of us as well.
Mr. Jalil?
So perhaps with that proposal, maybe choosing one of the 4 scenarios, for instance, number 1, we simply, instead of asking the city council for 15 million, we ask them for the gap between what the savings give us from doing scenario 1 to what we need, the 7.2.
You know, the other thing could be, we heard from Dr. Day today, we got all this information, you know, we go back home, drink a cup of tea, and then digest those numbers one more time and bring it back to our work session. Because honestly, I don't want to be rushing to judgment thing here. Let's get a motion, get it through, and move it on to the city council. We are talking about the future of our kids, our schools, our parents and their families. So if the board thinks we can wait, when is our next work session? It's 19. And we can dedicate the whole work session if need be to this discussion. But no public comments.
Not quite, because we have the
Ms.
unitary
Carly?
status people coming.
No, but that could be one way. That way we can take a pause, go back, talk to Mr. Richards, the MGT. His number is available through Dr. Vodka, and he said he's open and willing and able and capable to talk to anybody.
May I make another observation?
Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to muddy the waters, but this is complicated, and we need to know the aspects of it. This document, some of which provided the data for the spreadsheet that we looked at, that has operational savings looking out to 2030. It also has 10-year capital costs associated with each of the scenarios. That's scenario 1 that would get us $1 million in operational savings. It's going to cost, according to this estimate, $234 million over the next 10 years. We're going to spend $234 million to save $1 million a year. So there's two sets of numbers here. There's the actual operational savings, and then there's the money we have to spend to get the facilities into the condition that we can have those operational savings. And those are two separate things.
And that's a great.
Doesn't that make it easier?
No, that's a great observation, and that's something I want to be able to overlay. Again, the deeper dive into the data comment I made, and I think Dr. Carter, that we need to be able to overlay that just so it may bolster the recommendation from the Finance Committee. It may weaken it, I don't know, but I would like to see, well, I call it a sensitivity analysis, but overlay some of that data on there to see, is that the right way to go? But again, still shooting for a hard target of savings. And they may say, hey, it's impossible. Scenario number 4, $5 million, but it's gonna, I don't remember what the capital outlay was to save the $5 million, but I agree. I'm not a big fan of going to buy things on sale to save $1.
Right.
Don't tell my wife.
It sounds.
Love you.
It sounds to me like the board wants better information or more detailed information. It's not clear to me specifically what information the board wants.
So maybe, go ahead, Dr. Evers.
I just want to make sure that we don't mislead our public, and Dr. Wotica help me here with our language when we say $234 million to save $1 million. I think our public and everybody needs to understand that even without the investment and additional investment in, there is just regular maintenance, right? So I think a better look at it is just what is the flat cost of just keeping the building in a shape that's safe and healthy for children, staff, and adults to be in, period. And then, of course, if we want to upgrade gyms and auditoriums and things like that, that is existing. I don't want this to sound like, well, we got to do 234. We've got to do, and there should be a period there, right? Even if we had one building and everybody was in one building, there's still we've got to do regular maintenance. We're going to need roof. We're going to need a chiller. We're going to need HVAC, plumbing, all of that. There is a regular cost to just having a building, and I'm not even saying state of the art. I'm just saying safe and healthy building. So there is that cost that we as a community bear. And then, of course, there's the extra things that we do to make it extra special. So I just don't want the public hearing, in order to save $1 million, we'd have to invest $234 million. Because if I heard that, I would say, oh, don't invest $234.
That was an oversimplification.
Yes. And I know you know that, and I know that, but I don't know if the general public hearing that may walk away and say, don't even invest $234. We've got to invest something in our buildings to keep them safe and healthy for it. And I think
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So I think the other point is to remember truly why we started this process several years ago. It's not because of a $7.2 million number. That number didn't come up until really this spring. The reason we were doing this is because if you look around many of our buildings, they are in rough shape, and we have to invest in them. So regardless of what decision you might make on any of these scenarios or any other item, you still have a lot of work to do just to get the facilities back into the condition that you need to have them in. For the long term, and I just want to make sure that we're not expecting to use this process to cut and to fill a hole for next year that really wasn't created until this spring. And additionally, I just would point out of those scenarios, if you're going to talk about that $7.2 million number, well, scenario 4 got you to about $5.2 million, and so 7.2 is what 4 or 5 schools that you close maybe, and then what's the community feedback about that? And what are the actual costs of doing that as well? And so I just want to make sure we're tempering expectations on what is actually possible for operationally what we can do, and furthermore, what we can actually do in a year's period, right? So if you look at number 4 as an example, about $5 million worth of savings. Again, we can't really achieve that until about 2030, because in order to get the capacities where they need to be, it takes us several years to do some expansions. So it's really more complicated than just saying we're going to close schools and we're going to save a bunch of money. And I just want to make sure we're tempering expectations based on that.
It's a good point.
Well, and to speaking to what Dr. Day said, what are we asking this company? We need to ask them for a specific, at least give them a ballpark, even if it's not the 7.2 million. Give them a ballpark and say, I need this you to help us meet this number. We're paying you to look at everything, to give us these numbers. Give us a number that meets, let's say, 5 million. And what does that scenario look like specifically? And is that more specific enough as to what we need to ask them?
Maybe. I'm not sure
Yeah,
how the
because
NGT would react.
He's right that savings Dr. Day mentioned are
Yeah.
spread over a period
It's
of 10
over.
years.
Yeah.
So if you look at the net present value of that, it is what will you save in the next 1 year? That's our concern, right? It's a short-term concern, not a long-term concern.
Yeah.
And I think using Mr. Jalil's argument and combining it and sending them back to saying, come to me where you can save at least 4, in my mind personally, because 3.2 was personnel cost. 4 is what we encumbered right now. So we need minimum of 4 and maybe more than 4 to save right away, before the June 30th deadline. Dr. Vodka, would you agree in terms of balancing the budget?
You know, the same thing applies, right? I mean, I think you have to set a target. If you want that target, we can do that. Just understand that it may not be something that we can actually achieve by July 1st to make sure that we have the facilities where they need to be. Because when you do some improvements and if you did renovations potentially, right, that you're gonna have to move potentially people around throughout the division. So I just think there's got to be sort of a comprehensive strategic plan on this. I just don't think you can say, just do this, save this much money, and expect that to be July 1st. We can certainly do some, but it's not likely that we'll get to that 7 million number. And maybe it's 4. Maybe that's possible.
So you're saying it's going to take time till we get to the point where we actually enjoy the savings that we're contemplating now.
That's right.
Dr. Carter?
And until then, will we have more students in modules? How are we going to accommodate these students? We can go back and ask city council to appropriate more funds instead of the 39 million to go back up to the time before CARES, to that level of funding. There'll be the 4 million too.
You can ask.
Yeah. And we can ask for the 15 million too.
Come back to the work session.
Yeah.
I think, why don't we take a pause for a week or two, come back to the work session. By the time every board member will have an opportunity to take a look at the numbers that Dr. Day presented and looking at what you have looked at previous scenarios. Because it should not be that we are rushing through this process of making a decision tonight, one way or the other. This is an important decision. It affects a lot of people. Is there an agreement?
I'm okay with that.
You know, because our work session is 2 weeks from today. It's not very far away. And
Do we want anything from MGT is the question between now and the work session.
Hopefully at the work session, we would be able to be specific about what we want from MGT. At least that's the way I'm seeing it.
could we have them at work session? Remote or in physical person?
I could certainly ask. Again, that's going to be.
We can have an interactive session right there, instead of.
I think for my opinion is we first need to clarify what we want from them.
Instead of even defining the want, that's our consultant.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to say, without giving them some pre-notice, right? What is the metric on this that they have to go and calculate? I think that's probably not fair, right?
That's what
I think you have to say, here are the things that we want to know from you. Because we did provide things, or they provided things like the utilization, provided the cost, the operational savings, a number of different metrics in the scenarios. If you want something different, that's perfectly fine. We can do that. We just have to know what that is, so they have the opportunity to create that and generate that with fidelity.
There's a lot of hidden information. When Dr. Day was reading scenario 4, savings of 5.1, I was jumping out of my seat, I said, let's grab that scenario 4, right? And because it sounded like you take the scenario 4 and 5 million comes. But then it says it's amortized or it has distributed over 10 years, and then all that air is gone out of the balloon. So I don't know how many of that type of information is, I should not use the word hidden, but is in there in those data points provided.
So can I say about that? It says on the point, 2027, 2030, 25, you know, those sorts of timeframes.
I don't have it, but as he was reading 5.1 million saving, I said, wow, that's the one we should jump on.
And that's why I didn't interpret it with the footnotes. That's why it struck me as one of them had a $5 million savings. It's over a time period.
Well, this says fiscal year 30 operational savings.
So
that's the estimate that when we get to 2030, this would be the operational savings compared to our operation costs today.
Escalated at a certain percentage.
Right.
So personally, I don't really see scenario 4 giving us the $5 million savings that we were talking about, a target here.
If it's not going to give us 7.2 in the
I know,
fall.
I got it.
So we hired a consultant for $150,000. We got a whole bunch of data thrown at us, but we don't have a guidance from them that go for this or go for that. It's like you go see a doctor, they say your body is falling apart. You can do this, and pick your choice what you want to do. How much money will you be paying that doctor? Or will
We
you
got
go
more
back?
from Dr. Day's report than we got from MGT.
I know.
Well, so I would say just, that's what we asked for in the scope of work. We asked them for scenarios, because what we didn't want to do is have them come and say, here's the only scenario that you can choose from, and that's what you have to do.
And that
we
was-
don't want to do that, right? We want to make sure that there's some voice in the community and certainly the opportunity for the board to have that consideration, because I can imagine the conversation if we'd only provided one scenario.
Yeah.
So we wanted to make sure to do that. Now, if you want them to come back and say, of these 4, of this 5th one, whatever the case may be, we want a recommendation that is solid based on what MGT can say. They can certainly do that. They can give you metrics on that, but you just have to know what that request is.
Yeah, I just want to reinforce that, because we asked Mr. Richards that question this morning. Could they narrow it down for us? Could they give us, this is the scenario? And he said, well, we were asked not to come in with one plan and ram it down everyone's throat. They wanted to give us the final decision. And here we are, trying to do that.
But it would be good to have both.
Sure.
Have the scenarios and the one, and then you see what you've got.
I don't think we're making any progress
Yeah, I
here.
know.
I think, I'm going to move that we close the discussion of this topic, that we come back to it at our work session, and each of us can try to think about what specifically we would want to request from MGT if we're going to ask for more information. I think we're spinning our wheels at
We
this
are
point.
spending. That,
Second?
check. Madam Clerk. The motion is to close the discussion.
School Board Member Mr. Jalil,
Yes.
Mr. Andrews,
Yes.
Mr. Charles.
Yes.
Dr. Day,
Yes?
Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
Dr. Carter,
Yes.
Mrs. Preston,
Yes.
Mr. DePaul,
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-1. Me 0.
We'll take a 5-minute break, if it's okay, and then come back so that we've been sitting for 3 hours. So you all guys have been sitting for 3 hours.
Some for 4. Like Donna, I was talking to her that.
We're waiting
She's been asking
for Mr. DePaul.
Mr. DePaul.
Okay, we are
We have
up to
four.
L.
Where are
Okay.
we? Well, the L.
Back to order. We're moving to item L1, adopt a classroom donation. Dr. Edwards.
From time to time, we
Oh,
get
okay.
a donation from local businesses, so I'm
call
gonna
them?
turn it over to Ms. Pugh to talk a little bit about this one for Bass Elementary.
Sure. This is for information and just letting you know that Bass Elementary School did receive and adopt a school, which is a classroom grant, classroom donation. The local business was Terry Subaru, so we thank them for their continued support. They have, I believe this is, I know it's the second year, but it might even be the third year that they have donated $3,000 to Bass Elementary. And it has been split equally among each grade level, so the grade level teams will have $500 to spend on some classroom materials and other resources that will help their students thrive and learn in the classroom. So we thank our local businesses, especially Terry Subaru, for this nice donation.
And that will show up in our monthly budget reports a couple months down the road, is that right?
Do we need an action item from us, or
No, it was just for information only.
somehow I cannot see on my screen the next item?
Governance policy.
Governance policies.
Okay, all right. So the governance group met on August 29th, the governance policy work group. There are two policies that we reviewed that are here for first read for the school board. One of them is BBAZ, which is the school board powers and duties. Part of those changes are VSBA driven to match the code. And then part of those changes are also LCS revisions to clarify the role of the school board superintendent and the school board chair. So anything in green will be a new addition, and they're being displayed on the TV screen behind me. Anything in red is most likely a recommendation from VSBA to remove that, change that, or edit that.
Should I explain where the LCS revisions
Yes,
came
if
from?
you, yeah.
So, continuing board members, well, even the current board members will remember we've talked about a norms and protocols document in the past, which last year, this was discussed at the VSBA governance training, and then at a future, after that, a board meeting, that the board approved it, but that is not a policy. Its actual status is pretty nebulous. It doesn't appear as a policy. It's kind of like a gentleman's agreement among the board. And so what we thought was important is to make it policy rather than leave it in this nebulous status. So what we did is we went through, it started with me, again.
No, we sounds much better than we.
You like we better. We went through that norms and protocols document, and most of it, we tried to find ways to put it into this policy and the one concerning the superintendent's role. And then we asked the attorney from McGuire's Wood to look at it too, to give us his advice about the appropriateness. He has a perspective because he's worked with lots of different school boards and knows what kinds of things is typical. In fact, he told us that our norms and protocols document is very unusual, that nobody else has a document anything like that. And so that's where the LCS initiated changes come from. And one of the third item in this list of policies is the recommendation that we then, having moved those items into official policies, we discontinue the norms and protocols document because it's now become official policy.
Because as we look at the contract, it says policies, but not norms and protocols.
Yeah.
So to implement or enforce any of those, you need to have them in policy.
Yeah, it's not, it has very uncertain legal status if it's not a policy.
So.
That was the motive for this whole
Yeah,
project.
so all these things you see is basically taking out from norms and protocols and making it as part of the policy. There's no more shake hand, that's the policy. And I don't know if the norms and protocols are still active, Dr. Edwards, or because we voted them last year, but this board has not voted them.
No.
Well, since I've been here, they've kind of stayed in place until they've been replaced.
Okay.
But
So-
we put them on to remove them, so.
Just Dr. Carter.
I have a concern with one bullet point.
Which,
I don't know what number, so it starts with may set meetings with school district staff. That's,
1, 2, 3 from the bottom of.
oh,
the,
yes, I can do from the bottom.
I think
Third from the
third
bottom,
from the
yes.
bottom.
Thank you.
So the reason this is here is because, at least in my experience, when I've wanted to talk to either Mrs. Pugh or Mr. Wodica, the superintendent has advised me that she wants to know about those meetings. They are responsible to her. They are not responsible directly to me. So that if I want to meet with Reed Wodica, the instructions that the superintendent gave me is that request should go through her. And this is an attempt to make that policy.
And her instruction is based on the reasoning, because then there's a logical reasoning, that Dr. Day asked Dr. Wodka to work on something, and Dr. Edwards doesn't know, and she reaches out to him saying, Pete, could you do this? He said, look, I'm busy doing Dr. Day's work. I don't have time for you right now. So she needs to be in the loop if somebody is working on a project.
And I think that can go under the school board chair, so any of us, that means all 9 of us can just keep reaching out, asking for this, this, and this, we can overwhelm.
Well, she can say no,
administration.
no, no.
Well, I mean, why does she have to say no, 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 when we can put it underneath? That's one of the, but to me,
See-
that can be a little dangerous, that we're all trying to set a lot of meetings with the school, especially staff, when you know that there's a difference in power dynamics.
So what is your suggestion?
That we change that somehow. I know we could do that, like for schools, when you want to go visit, but to set a meeting, why would I, as an individual, need to, unless I'm asking a question for clarification, and then I can just send an email, and then there could be copy to, blind copy to everyone for clarification of a matter. I wouldn't want to burden Mrs. Pugh or Mr. Dr. Whitaker regarding any matter.
And that's the objective here, that you're not directly reaching out to them. You're giving your
Then I'm
questions to the superintendent.
burdening Dr., so I'm her supervisor too. So that means that, is she gonna feel obligated for now? Okay, let's put this on the side and because Dr. Carter has something she wants us to look at. How much pressure is that putting on her? Can she say no? And then the evaluation, I can say, 3 times I asked for 635 pieces of paper, and she only gave me 25.
Well, there's a counterpart in the other policy that concerns the superintendent's responsibilities, which says that she's only obligated to respond to official requests of the board, not individual board members.
Okay, then like I said, that goes right to it, so.
Well, it's in the policy concerning her,
Well,
not
and that
concerning
can-
us.
All right, well, then we can put this in right under the chair. Why will we, as each individual members, put that responsibility? And we all are supervisors.
Are you talking about something that happens in between board meetings, work meetings?
It can be. It can be just you can have someone that just wants 335 pieces of paper, and they want it today. And if she doesn't respond, then we can say, we can use that. That could be one of the things that we're grading her on, is that, well, we asked today at 6:30, and she got back to us tomorrow at 2:30. And why didn't she get back to me today? Or we can do Sunday, and why didn't she get back to me Sunday?
So perhaps to avoid that and to avoid the bureaucracy type of thing,
Read the word.
because too many levels is gonna delay things that may need to be done. If it's ignored or refused, it can go straight to the chair, and then the chair can decide if it's worth going forward to do a second request to one of these administrators.
We can avoid all that by starting at the chair.
Starting with the chair. Well, that's another thing, to avoid putting too much on the chair. What if 7 of us, on next, Sunday maybe, we have a request, right? We shouldn't all be treating her like a secretary. So, that's my thought.
So there's,
Because
Well, aren't we already, if I want to say something like to Dr. Edwards, I go through the chair. If somebody from the school district wants to say something to the board, they go through the superintendent. Isn't that the policy?
Why don't we just take this out? It's non-value added.
I think this was intended to protect the superintendent's staff from needing to respond to individual board members asking for things.
Yeah.
That she's the gatekeeper, she's the one responsible for how the staff spend their time.
so then are we excuse me.
So that I think that's the intent here, that we can't go
Yeah.
to Reed and say, Reed, I want this by tomorrow, unless we say to the superintendent, we would like Reed to give us this, and then she can decide, no, Reed's busy with something else right now, you'll have to wait, or, yes, I will assign Reed to do that. But Reed is
But is
responsible.
that setting her up? Then we can say, we went to Dr. Edwards and we wanted this right now, but she said Reed was too busy.
If,
And
if,
I don't think, because he
if-
got to
if-
another thing.
If we did that, if an individual did that, she does not have to respond to it. If the board makes an official action asking for the superintendent to do that, that's different.
Is that?
Yes,
Yeah, that
Is
would be
it?
different.
it is different. She doesn't have to respond.
All
You-
right,
you-
Dr. Edwards, you don't have to respond. Remember that. It shouldn't be part of your evaluation.
I don't think she's obligated to respond to me personally if I ask for something. Because you might ask for the opposite.
And she's had that.
And so she should not have to respond to either one of us if you and I ask for opposing things.
Nothing is written in stone, if you don't like it, we can always come back and change it.
Well, let's
Let's-
revisit that one.
Yeah, let's give it a try for now. And because we have had incidences, you're right, where a school board member was spending 6 hours with a staff member, and still after 6 hours, nothing came out of it. I know where you're heading, and the evaluation was still 2 out of 4. So.
And then blaming,
Yeah, so I know she has what you call an artifact to
Valid
make
point.
your point, because I remember that history. But let's give it a try. Yes, go ahead.
it also, can we ask, do you feel comfortable responding? Do you feel first, like you have to, if we say we want 25 pieces of paper, we call you tonight when we get home from MGT, and we want it tonight by 11 o'clock.
No.
The courts, I'm not a lawyer, but the courts uses a standard of reasonable.
May I point out
just
that
wanted to
this,
be treated like a professional. So if you did that to me, my answer would be, no, I'm not doing that on like 11 o'clock at night. And if that is a problem for the board, that I would like to be treated like a professional, just let me know that, that's all. But I don't have a problem kind of managing that for myself.
I'd like to point out that this particular item only refers to setting meetings. It doesn't refer to providing resources or answering questions.
Yeah, just as.
It's really referring only to
Just as
setting a
set
meeting.
meetings.
I would like 30 minutes with Dr. Wodaka. And then you are the one who determines how he should be spending his time. And so that request, I think, properly should go through you. He shouldn't have to call you and say, hey, Marty Day just called me and wants an extra 30 minutes, but I'm in the middle of this big budget process. How do I spend my time? You're the one who tells him how to spend his time. So my request for his time, meeting his time, should go through you. That's the way I see it.
But it doesn't have to go back through her the other way, right? It can just go strict
No,
schedule, right? Goes through her and then to, let's say, Wodaka, and then he.
can you give Marty 30 minutes and if she says, yes, that's appropriate, then I meet him for 30 minutes.
Because I would think that could possibly put the staff member in an awkward position.
It does.
Two,
It does.
if somebody asked, you know, to be able to say, no, I don't have time, Gloria, to do A, B, and C, that would put them in an awkward position. But what they can say is, you'll really have to clear that with Dr. Edwards.
Yeah, yeah, if Reed thinks
Then-
Marty
then
Day's
I don't
always
have that.
wasting my time, I don't want to give him yet another 30 minutes, and he can tell Dr. Edwards that, and she will find a polite, genial way to tell me to cool it. That's, I think, what this bullet does. So I like this bullet. I think it's accomplishing something that protects the staff's time and leaves the superintendent in control of their time.
Moving, good with that? Okay. Is there policy, any other concerns?
You talking about the whole thing?
Yeah.
I wrote something down. I think this is appropriate. Is it redundant to say, under the superintendent enforces school laws and regulations, comma, including by ... developing and maintaining regulations?
That must be in the other document.
Okay.
That must be in the
CBA, and
CB
he-
something.
Okay.
And Laura and him had a discussion on that, the very first paragraph he's talking about.
Yes, that first paragraph here.
No, CBA.
Is this CBA now that we're looking at? Yes, CBAZ.
Have we changed?
We
He brought
switched
up
to
another-
CBAZ.
Just to answer his question.
Yeah.
So which bullet are we looking at? Do you see what the part you're looking for?
I wrote it too long. I wrote it a week or two ago.
Dr. Carter?
But I'll read some more, so if you can
Right.
maybe
Go
recommend.
ahead.
Underneath that, I put, plus, isn't the first sentence and the fourth sentence exactly the same for all intent purposes?
Which,
First,
which policy?
The same, whichever one that's in. I don't know why there's no notes here except for the actual potential edits. I wrote down that the latter is better wording to keep,
I don't know what you're referring to.
It's underneath the same policy that you just referred to.
The BBAZ?
The superintendent enforces school laws and regulations, comma, including by developing and maintaining regulations.
So that would be CBAZ, because that's referring to the superintendent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's go back. The superintendent, and say it again?
The superintendent enforces school laws and regulations.
Right there.
It's
Oh.
letter D. It's the letter D.
But
Comma, ...
Okay.
I think that's expanding it to not only hours, but anything by the state superintendent. Because if you're looking at D, it says, and of the state superintendent of public instruction, and I think they mean the State Board of Ed as well. So I think it's just adding another
It's not
layer
us,
to
yeah.
more than just our school board policies,
Right.
but anything that comes from the
It comes from up above.
Yeah, it's above us.
So the school laws refers to our local policies, that's part D. Part A refers to the superintendent of public instruction, Board of Education, which is the state level.
All right, it's, do you see where it says, if a board action is required, ... and when
Okay.
approved, comma, placed. Let's see, it seems like the if and the when have been switched places.
We need to find it.
To the agenda?
Is this still in this
Yes.
policy?
Is it still in the same
Going stra-
section?
It's going straight down, yeah, I'm going in order.
Read it again.
If board action is required, I put ... in order not to repeat something.
Oh, there we go, okay. If board action.
Board action is required, and when approved, comma, placed, ... Is that the right one?
If board action is required by law, or the board has specifically asked that certain types of regulations be given prior board approval, these procedures, regulations, and guidelines are presented to the school board for approval and, when approved, placed in the school board policy manual.
Yes, I think the if and the when are switched. It should,
I think it's in.
if you just look at the if and the whens, that's in there. If you switch those, it makes more sense to me.
When board action is required,
By
and
law.
where was the when before?
Saw that.
I think it's saying if because board's action is always required for policy and not always required for regulations. So most regulations are developed by me that don't have to come to the board, but there are some regulations that need to come to the board for approval. So if a regulation needs to be approved, I think that's why it's an if.
That
Okay.
sounds right. If a regulation is approved, or if you say when a regulation is approved, it just seems like the wording if at the end is better than at the beginning. But if you think otherwise, that's fine with me. I don't have,
I think they put it at the beginning to let you know that all regulations don't have to be approved by board members. So if a regulation needs to be approved, so if you pause there, they all do not have to be approved by board. By code, there are some that have to, but most don't. So if it has to be approved, when we approve it, it should be part of our board policy. And they are, you'll see there are certain regulations that are part of our board policy, but all of our regulations are not, or all of our practices are not.
okay, that sounds good. And I put underneath that, perhaps consolidate the superintendent oversees staff, organize personnel, recruitment and reassignment in accordance with the school board policy.
So that's the one that's a little bit cut off in this display here, right? He's talking about this. Superintendent oversees staff, personnel management, including by, and then several items. Organizing recruitment, I can't read.
This is draft
B is reassigning.
It's down below
C
here.
is administering personnel policies. And G, upon request of the board, surveying.
Can it be consolidated, or is it just detailed that way?
Maybe. I mean, there's probably 100 of our policies that could be consolidated.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what they.
One of the last ones here is make administering personnel policies and programs, the first sentence, to mirror the order of the previous paragraph. It's not matching.
I think if you, C here, is that what you're talking about? This one? You're saying move that up?
Right,
Change
if
the
you look
order.
at the previous, right.
Parallelism.
Right,
Is
right,
that what you're suggesting?
yes, just moving it up.
Move C into the first position.
Yes, because that matches what's in the previous paragraph, or whatever you call that.
Oh. I have no objection to that. Same content as here, it's just
Right.
stylistic, really, right?
We make that
It's
as.
just being parallel.
Consistent in order. I have no,
And then,
We'll make that change. Go ahead.
so we're gonna interchange
A and C.
A and C.
Mr. is making. Dr. Carter.
Going back to policy BBAZ, under the school board chair, what is your understanding of the first bullet?
Understanding of the bullet is that there's no buddy running around in their horses in the wild, wild west. School board chair will be the voice of the school board.
And as an individual member,
That's the statement above. It says you speak as a private citizen, not as a board member. In the school board bullet points above.
Yeah, that one's,
When you don't log in, it doesn't put you.
now how do I know if I crossed the line?
You'll get a phone call from me.
Pretty good.
Sometimes I don't call because you deserve to be on an island for a while. So, like mother gives you time out.
You should better.
So,
So here?
We'll just open up here.
see, whatever we approve, we gotta abide by it. There's no rogue, because you destroy the whole system, and that's not good.
To me, the key word in that bullet here is official voice of the board. Nothing that any of us as individuals say is official communication from the board. We might say, we had a long discussion about facilities this evening. We have these ideas. Well, that's not communicating. The board's decision is,
If I click here.
only the chair can really make official pronouncements of the board.
So Dr. Day runs over to WSCT tomorrow.
No,
And their
I-
headline is LCS board member Day said, shut down every elementary school in Lynchburg. So that headline is incorrect because when he spoke as a private citizen, not,
Yeah.
but that board word is not correct. You see what I'm saying? So,
I agree with the point you're making. It can be hard to figure out where the dividing line is here. Yes.
At any time, if you go as an individual, they're gonna say, school board member.
Yeah, and then it would be up to us to qualify that, say, I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking only for myself.
in 2020, June, I went to city council about the learning laws. And the first disclaimer was, I'm here as a private citizen who lives on Adams Drive, not as a school board member. And then it was about learning laws, but it was about my individual opinion as a citizen of Lynchburg, not as a school board member, because they were crossing each other. You can watch that, it's on video.
Let's roll. What's next?
Okay, yep, next.
So we've talked
I
about.
like it. Let's go.
We've talked about these two policies, and then the third item here is the deletion of the old norms and protocols document.
Is for action, right?
We can make it an action item and
Or if you feel there's more time, this can be a first reading, and then we can come back and take action on a second reading, whatever.
Are we done with, I was going to finish the last one.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Which one?
Where it says,
Which one?
where we last left off with the last thing I,
Copy of electronic
yes, to take it up to the next paragraph. Miro.
Oh,
So the
okay,
next-
that must have been CBAZ.
Yeah, so the next one after that was, it says somewhere, something about a survey, and I put here, the survey, we should survey the school division quarterly, if not monthly. That's just an exaggeration, doesn't have to be monthly. But surveying the school division quarterly, the reason for this is that the more often than not, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So if we understand what's going on in a quarterly basis, we have more data to put forth to the city council or wherever we need to. And LCS can do that efficiently if we're not doing it annually. I think I'm trying to replace the word annual. I think I saw that word annual somewhere.
there's a trade-off there in terms of how much manpower she has available to conduct all that, surveys.
It says at least.
Yeah.
Doesn't say only quarterly. If we, or only annually. We can say, yes, you're obligated to do it annually, but please, we'd really like it quarterly.
Okay, so.
This
we don't have
doesn't
to-
limit that.
All right. So we don't
And I
have-
think there's state code about this, that it's if I'm remembering right, that this is one of the duties of the superintendent according to state code. Am I remembering that right, or I think I'm making that
There's a
up?
critical shortage survey that I do annually. I'm just trying to catch up where
Does it go to Richmond?
he is. It's a VDOE thing, yes.
Okay, so I think I read that, and I put a note here, I said, more often LCS is in the paperwork of those entities, those relevant entities, the more often we will be in their dockets. The more often we're in the dockets, the more often we're in their conversation on their minds. And that will lead to greater and sooner action taken, of which something smaller and sooner is better than nothing. So I was thinking through that, and if we have more interactions with those reports, this reporting, however many it may be, one or two more, then more often or not, we'll get some type of response sooner than later, instead of annually. from the VDOE or whoever those go to.
Probably, if they're like most reports, they go to Richmond and sit on a shelf and gather dust.
Right. So the more people that are carrying to the shelf, maybe they get tired and they say, where is it coming from? LCS?
No, those people are
something.
used to that.
Are you suggesting that I send them to VDOE? Or, I guess I'm.
Wherever it is in the, see, I'll do better next time by putting the note letters, but when I did this a week or so ago, it just went in order from opening the page. And this is mentioned there, that you do a survey, the school division. I said, if not quarterly, if not monthly. The reason for this is more often than not, the squeaky wheel gets the grease and then so forth. So I thought that instead of doing a simple one annual report, whichever one that mentions is, that we would more often send something to VDOE, hey, we're improving in this aspect, or this is still ongoing. For instance, the special education, we're funded at 20%. So if we keep mentioning that, eventually it will cause some action instead of just waiting until the next go-around, the next season, you know? That's all.
My experience dealing with bureaucracies is nothing causes more action. I don't think it would work the way you're hoping it would. That's my opinion.
You know, there's a man named Morton Blackwell, and he said, nothing in government moves unless it is pushed. That reminds me of that when you said that. I didn't think about that for a while, but that's my intuition as well.
Well, are there any other comments?
You want to say something? You're saying
Well, so I was going to suggest to the board, well, let me make a motion and we can vote it down if it's not what we want. My motion would be that we make these 3 policy changes an action item for tonight. Now,
So what will that entail?
that
Approving
means
BBAZ?
we've discussed these, we've made 1 or 2 changes, like in the order of the bullets.
So the motion will be approve BBAZ, approve CBA, and delete
Yes.
norms and protocol.
Yes.
Second.
Okay.
With the modification.
With the modifications that we've talked about.
Discussion?
Now, Sharon, how do you feel about that? Do you want more time to cogitate on these?
No, I'm fine.
Another discussion?
You said delete norms and protocols?
Because they are all incorporated in policies now.
And are we gonna revisit these things later this year, or? Okay. I just had a couple other things, but it's just mainly about trying to take away too many duties from the superintendent. If she was able to focus on certain things that she's good at, that she wants to focus on, then we wouldn't have, then we won't be putting so much on and just piling administration things on administrators. And so I put a little paragraph together. I said, again, I don't know exactly where this is, but instead of the word preparing, it should be approving. So instead of wording it, so making the superintendent prepare, it says here, because the superintendent is not an architectural design expert, as far as I know. So I put that as an example. We use the word preparing so that she's preparing the architectural designs is what it reads as. But if we just put the word approving, then that more closely aligns to what she's actually doing, which is having someone else do the preparations and she's approving. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I put the word preparing should be approving. And then I said inspecting should be changed to scheduling, and strike out overseeing the utilization, because not only is this idea included in the long and short range plans for the facility sites, but principals are always dealing with the usage of the buildings anyways, the optimal usage anyways. So just a couple word changes there is something I would bring up. But I don't see it as being essential at this moment. So if we're going to revisit in the future, I can get more clarity as to exactly where they are, put the letters by these points, and then we can revisit.
And I see where you're coming from, but I think the preceding sentence talks about the superintendent oversees facility management. So to me, I don't care how she does it, but she's tasked with delivering that deliverable, and she has staff to make it happen. So I get your point. I don't know.
It's like when the superintendent prepares a budget, she doesn't do it all by her
Right.
lonesome. She's got a staff, and she does it using the staff resources that she has at her disposal. So
Superintendent
prepare doesn't
designate.
mean she does it personally, it means that she gets it done.
Yes.
And the overseeing part,
Yes.
to me,
Yeah.
encompasses exactly what you're talking about. That
Sharon
She's
has
responsible for
something to say.
overseeing.
Dr. Carter?
I know that the norms and protocol talked about electronic communications within the school board. Now, is that reflected in here? And I think I would like to just take time to look at both side by side and see what we left off and changed.
I think that's fine. If people want to look at it some more, so we'll come back to it.
So you withdrawing your motion?
Yes, I will. Well, it's been seconded. Can I withdraw it after it's been seconded? I don't know that I can. So, but we can certainly.
Sure you can.
Vote it down.
I don't know about that. We should find out.
I don't, that's a question for Robert's rules.
But how about that, you can come back and if you need any modifications, we can revisit and modify it. Right, is that fair enough?
I'll
So
just
if-
vote no.
Yeah, once you do side-by-side review, if you think some changes are appropriate and needed, we can always revisit the policy. It's not written in stone.
Doesn't mean that that'll be guaranteed that it'll be placed on here.
It will be the same thing when you.
Right.
Right.
So what's the motion on the floor?
Motion is to approve BBAZ, CBA, and take out norms and protocols. Right? That was your motion? Madam Clerk, would you call the vote? It's 9 o'clock.
Mr. Jalil?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Trost?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
No.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-1.
Dr. Day, school member reports, that's your.
Well, I'm one
No.
of several here. Okay, so you've heard a lot about the Facilities and Finance Committee meeting of last Tuesday, particularly the part about the facility study. So I'm not going to revisit that. But there was another recommendation to the board that the Facilities and Finance Committee voted on, and that was to ask. Let me get my notes up here. The committee voted to recommend that the board receive quarterly a report showing separately the budgets of each of our schools and special programs. So for instance, the financial reports that we received tonight don't tell us separate information about, say, EC Glass versus Heritage High School. We don't see separate budget information for all those units. But I think that is relevant for us as in our role of approving whatever budget comes to us from the superintendent, to know where the money's being expended, which programs are more costly than others. And so the request is that we, not every month, but on a regular basis, and the suggestion was quarterly, receive a breakdown of the budget by individual school or individual program. And attached to the agenda, there's a document called Schools and Programs, which was my list of separate schools and programs, that all the individual schools, and then there's the Hutchison Early Learning Center, the Community Playgroup, Adult Learning Center, Central Virginia Governor's School, Go Center, on and on. There's a couple dozen here. I don't know if all of those actually have their own budgets, and if they don't, then they don't belong here. But the point is that I think the board would like to see separate numbers for each of those. And our initial suggestion that was we could just start for each of those, like for Bass Elementary, see the numbers that are associated with each of the 8 categories that our budget is currently divided into. After we see that kind of report, we might decide, oh, there's more information here that we don't really need to see on an ongoing basis. But until we see it, it'll be hard for us to know what information is really relevant or not. I did ask Mrs. Capazzi if this would be a burdensome request. And as I understood her response, she said the system is capable of doing this and it wouldn't be excessively burdensome. Because I don't want to pile more work on busy work on anybody. So that was the recommendation of and the Finance Committee voted on this. It was unanimous to make this recommendation to the school board.
Is there policy guiding this in our financial policies? So we can change that and it becomes.
Not to my knowledge.
Could be incorporated as a policy?
Adding the quarterly reports.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the finance policy work group hasn't met in quite some time, so
That would be the way to it.
I would,
So that's how the board could possibly respond to this recommendation.
Yeah, it'll be a policy, in the policy manual, so it's even beyond us, it's followed.
So your suggestion is that this goes, there's a
Who's on the
finance policy work
Who's
group?
policy finance?
Ms. Kapazi and Dr. Wodika are the finance policy work group liaison, and I'm not, who's on?
Are there board members on
There
that?
are two board members,
Yeah,
yeah.
there are two board members.
I think it's Mr. DePaul and there's one more. Are you on the policy?
They.
Which one?
Finance policy work group.
I'm not in policy.
Can find out.
Maybe me. Maybe when I was voluntold to be on.
But that could be done.
That's fine with me. I'm just
I see
communicating.
one, I sort of copied them, screenshot, fiscal management, is that what you want
Yeah.
talking about? Kapazi, Andrews, DePaul,
That's finance facilities, right?
No,
that's fiscal management.
Yeah, that's policy group.
Okay.
this is a work group, not a, yeah.
You're on it,
You
brother.
got that
I'm on
bullet
it.
right?
Well, we're gonna get you on the next.
Oh, we will get
Yeah,
you.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
payback coming, right?
Dr.
now.
Facilities, that's right.
No, it's coming.
So,
I'm just,
I think Randy did that to us.
okay,
I'm just trying to understand the why of this. So we're gonna start looking at everything individually. It was already discouraging to even hear, like, this school is cost this much and that school. So now we're gonna, instead of looking at everything as a whole, and like the Central Virginia Governor's School, that's a separate one. Laurel is separate. The steps, they do a budget generally every year that we have to approve.
but we never see it.
Yes, we do.
I've never seen it.
We have to approve those budgets.
Have we seen the budget?
Yeah, they come through every year. They come through every
Is that
year.
correct?
Where we have to approve these budgets. We used to approve the steps links budget. And
They haven't had a program for 2 years.
They've started a program again, but we've not ever, to my knowledge, since I've been here, we've not approved their budget. They have their own separate budget. Ms. Kapazi, has that information, but it's their budget. We do contribute to that program, but,
we used to, but we used to actually see that. They would have to submit that every year, and we will look at it, and we will have to say, yeah.
So I don't think we're interested in seeing what other entities are contributing to their budget. What I think we ought to be interested in is what of our operational funds are going to that program? What of our operational funds are going to Fort Hill? How much are we spending on Fort Hill? How much are we spending on the pedal program?
Okay, now that's different than I'm hearing that differently than what it was previously said.
Oh, I
So
meant-
you want to see what is being, okay.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
meant to be saying before. Maybe I worded it poorly.
So you want a report that defines the amount of money that's allocated to a particular,
Yes.
not just their entire budget, but the allocation from Lynchburg City Schools.
What
to that-
portion of our Lynchburg City
Funding.
Schools budget is going
To them.
to each of these?
Allocation.
Yeah.
I mean, that's-
Because if you look at last year, during budget process, we found out we are spending $384,000 covering the premiums of all these ancillary units, which are a consortium of all the local localities, including us. But we were paying all 100% into it. I think that's what you're heading for.
Well, I wasn't thinking about the health insurance costs. I was just thinking in
It's a piece
general.
of
When we get to the budget time and we have a budget that we've agreed on, I don't know how much is going to each of our schools. I don't know how much is going to all these programs. And So I feel like I'm approving the budget blind. I don't know what I'm approving. And on the same token, if we are in the situation as we were last spring of trying to find ways to save money, I'm not in a position to offer any suggestions because I don't know where that money's going. That might be a place we could look for savings. That's why I think this is important for the board to conduct its oversight responsibility.
So let's discuss in the policy work group and.
That's fine.
Take a.
That's fine.
You know, anything else from finance and facilities?
No.
All right, thank you. LSCR, the newly minted chair.
Introduce yourself.
I am the newly minted chair of the LACRA committee, happy to do so. We had our formation meeting today, and I promptly missed it, the flat tire. But that's what you get when you're not there, you get elected chair. No, but I'm not. I already pre-said I would do it, so I'm happy to do it. So first order of business is to get going on the legislative breakfast. And we'll get hopping right on that.
Thank you.
And you have your next meeting is
tentatively September 19th at 4 p.m.
Right. Provided everyone can make it.
Yes.
Thank you. Academic Success Committee, Mr. Jalil.
We are going to meet on the same calendar that his committee was just mentioned. We are putting together the agenda that we're going to give to Ms. Day, and then each of us are going to take the tasks that we agree on and come back with some recommendations on the second ASC meeting.
Thank you. Ad hoc Committee on Discipline, Dr. Day.
Yes, we met most recently on the 28th. And the main things that we talked about were trying to identify specific policies that affect how discipline or behavior issues in the schools are handled. We talked a fair bit about policy JFCA, which concerns a procedure for a teacher requesting the removal of a student from their classroom. It provides some circumstances under which they could do that, and we had a lot of useful back and forth with the staff about a lot of the complicating aspects of that. In particular, we as we are required by our charge to get input from teachers and school staff. So I reported that I did send a message to all the principals a few weeks back suggesting that they invite their teaching staff at their PLCs, their professional learning communities, to talk about discipline policies, and if they had suggestions, to communicate them back. We also decided that we would like to formulate a questionnaire that we want to send to the teachers, and we're kind of in the early draft stages about that, but hopefully at the next meeting we will have a questionnaire ready and to be discussed with the staff as well, because they have a perspective on it that we as board members don't necessarily have. We also just tried to produce a list of what other policies we might want to consider in the future. One thing we talked about briefly is the policy relating to cell phone use in the schools. Certainly, the policies that affect bullying and harassment are very important, because we had that student risk survey that talked about how prevalent bullying concerns are in the schools, and so that's certainly one that we're going to want to think about. I'm not saying we know what to do with it, it's just that this is the policy I think that the board wants to talk about. Also mentioned was policies relating to tobacco and drug use. And then there's policy JMZ that relates to the physical restraint of students. We haven't really looked at that in detail at all. It was just sort of flagged as something that maybe we want to think about. So that's where that committee's work stands.
Thank you. Governor School, Ms. Lowry.
The meeting was supposed to be tomorrow. They have not met since last month, and then I got an email today saying that it's been changed to December 6th. Will be the next new governing board meeting. I did attend the back-to-school night for the juniors and their families on August 21st, 2023. It went very well. The parents got an introduction to everything, and then the students got to go to their different classes with their parents so they see how the flow of their day went. And they also have it open for those students who want extra help and additional time on Saturdays as well. Well, they did it on Saturday, August 26th. But their next meeting is not till December 6th. It was changed today.
Thank you. Laurel, Dr. Carter.
The Laurel Regional School Board had conducted a meeting Wednesday, August the 30th. We welcomed Dr. Stanley, who is the new superintendent of Campbell County, and he's also will be the superintendent overseeing the Laurel School Board. The enrollment is steady, and the different special education directors are looking at and have students that are ready to come to the school, but we have a lot of competition with the private sectors, and also just how to sell ourselves without being able to market ourselves in actuality as some of the others, and just getting the comfort level of the parents and the word of mouth from other parents if they want to, disclose and share with parents that are prospective to come to Laurel. They've had some challenges with their facilities, and one question is Laurel included in our CIP plan? That's a question that came up.
Dr.
Is that-
Dr. Edwards.
So it's not a part of the facilities master plan, but we do have smaller projects at Laurel, so they probably were talking about the roof, I suspect.
Yes.
But that is included as necessary.
And also, they had several challenges this summer with the facilities. One is the flooding, and I think it really did some damage there, and there was some intervention done there to try to stop that. The other one is, so that's it for the Laurel School Board.
STEM Academy, Dr. Carter.
Yes, STEM Academy. STEM Academy, we had our last meeting, which was in July, to formalize and to approve our budget. And our next meeting is September the 12th. But there were 23 different seniors that are continuing education in 2- and 4-year colleges. And we are in need of design and machining placements, and also dermatologists and prosthetics. If anyone out there has any placements or desires students.
Thank you. Partners in Education, Mr. DePaul and Mrs. Lowry.
We got a meeting scheduled for Thursday in the morning.
Tomorrow morning.
Is it tomorrow morning or Thursday?
It is Thursday morning at 8 o'clock.
So that'll be the next one.
Thank you. Education Foundation, Mr. Trost and Mr. Jalil.
Need to schedule a meeting, not on the schedule at this point.
Thank you. Beacon of Hope, Mrs. Preston and Mr. Andrews.
Okay. I communicated with Beacon of Hope just to find out the status of the students that have participated in Beacon of Hope over the last several years. And currently for this school year, we have 70 Commonwealth and managed scholarships, 275 CVCC students, 43 University of Lynchburg students, 27 Liberty students, 13 Longwood, 2 Sweetbriar, and 2 Central College of Nursing, all of whom are getting funding through Beacon of Hope.
Thank you. Superintendent comments, Dr. Edwards.
Sure. Because of the hour, I'll just short and sweet. Just like to thank staff and principals, administrators, and all, and families for a smooth opening. We had some hiccups, but I think this year was better than previous years, and I was glad to see the kids come back. And kudos to our little learners, our pre-K students, whom you actually got to tour with me at Hutcherson, are off to a great start this year. And I think the split schedule that they had allowed them to come in, get acclimated, and now they look like my future kindergarten students already, so.
Thank you. Board comments, Mrs. Lowry, we'll start with you.
I just want to give a shout out to the bus drivers because there's been like a few hiccups, but thank you for your patience, and the teachers that have to be at the school and wait a little bit. So just thank you for your patience. I know it's a long day at the end of the day, but thank you.
Mr. DePaul,
Nothing at this time.
Mrs. Preston?
I'd just like to commend all of the parents and community people that were here today to express their opinions about Desi and about T.C. Miller. I think it's really critical that we hear their voices and try to put their thoughts into our minds as we make decisions that are going to impact their children and ultimately are going to impact us.
Dr. Carter?
I wanted to thank again Terry Subaru for the donation to the school, and also again to as Mrs. Preston said, to the students that came out and spoke. That takes courage to do that. They did great, and they were well behaved. It's just wonderful, and also the parents and the teachers and all that came out to support their schools. That's awesome. Also, someone else. Can't think of it, so I'll move on.
I'll come back. So Dr. Day?
I feel like I've said enough already this evening.
Mr. Trost?
I too have said enough.
Mr. Andrews?
No comments either.
Mr. Jalil?
Noah Webster said, "Every child in America should be acquainted with his own country. He should read books that furnish him with the ideas that will be useful to him in life and practice. As soon as he opens his lips, he should rehearse the history of his own country." We are doing a great service to these students by helping them to learn all the things that have to do with the history of education, everything that we are teaching them all works together for their good if we would only guide them and direct them to a customized education so that they will see all the aspects and all these parts that give them an idea of the freedoms and liberties that we've been given by the Constitution, by the education system that's been set up here. So the more time we spend doing this, I think we're making a positive difference in their lives, step by step, bit by bit, day by day. So I just want to come back
And apologize, I left that item because it was amended, and on my screen, it's not changed. So if you like, we can go back to that item.
This is our only chance because the time frame. I would like to, I'll make it really short.
Okay, go ahead.
Could someone pull up the video that I brought?
It was not intentional. I don't see it in the screen, and
Yeah.
I forgot the amendment to the agenda.
Make sure I don't lose this. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, that
All right, so hold on. Okay, yes, so it's ready. So I would like to have Lynchburg City Schools emphasize Constitution Day, which is federal, it's by law, we're supposed to, memorialize or emphasize that day in particular. The reason is, first of all, my experience in something that happened was personal, and I thought that I'd like to repeat it here. It was done in another county, and this is what happened. I speak periodically in different places, and I mentioned one sentence in something I said about the freedoms and liberties that we have here in this country are based on the Constitution, and we remember the Constitution through things like Constitution Day, et cetera. And after I spoke, this gentleman came up to me and said, "Is that true?" And I said, "What?" And he said, "About the Constitution." And I said, "You mean about Constitution Day?" He said, "Yes." I had never heard about that before. And I said, "Yes, this is what the case, and it's part of our law." And he said, "You know what, I'm going to take this to my school board." And so he did. And it ended up being the Campbell County School Board. And whoever looked up the details behind it said, "This is a good thing. We're going to implement this, and we're going to emphasize the Constitution, not just make it a bullet point and a lesson. They're going to emphasize it." And I didn't find out till 2 months later, but they did that, and they showed me a video 2 months later, and this is the video. So if you push play, this is what happened.
Today is National Constitution Day. On this day, we celebrate the adoption of the Constitution that was written over 230 years ago. Here's Mrs. King's fourth grade class sharing some information about the Constitution. The Constitution of the United States of America. We the people of the United States. The United States, a union. All 50 states. From Portland, Maine, west to San Diego, California. From Fargo, North Dakota, south to El Paso, Texas. Don't forget Alaska and Hawaii. We the people of the United States in order to form a more perfect union. The U.S. Constitution, a plan for government. As from September 17, 1787. Until today, we the people. Thank you and have a great Leesville Road Day.
Campbell County Schools put together this montage. And if we emphasize Constitution Day, we can further the cause of unity. And the second thing is, according to the LCS Essentials or the calendar that we were given, the week of the 17th to the 22nd, the week before it is National Suicide Prevention Week, and the week after is Yom Kippur, I believe. So the week is wide open for this. It starts on the 17th. Since the 17th is a Sunday, then we have time to put a montage together. We can designate it on the calendar because there's nothing there as Constitution Week. So my first suggestion is that we do that. We place the words National Constitution Day into the LCS calendar. Number two, we notify all the schools to emphasize that the U.S. has a birthday because of the Constitution, and we just encourage them to, each school to take pictures, submit short videos or photographs, and either we can or they can create a montage and just send it up to us. And then the last thing is that I heard someone has the ability to get 7,000 some odd Constitution booklets, and I wanted to discuss how to pass those out to the students, either by their peers, by other fellow students passing them out, or getting the teachers, or getting volunteers from the community. And with that, there's a gentleman who may be able to do a reenactment of a founding father. So that's what I would like to propose, those things for the 17th through the 22nd.
Today is the, did you recognize?
That's right.
Did you recognize me, Dr. Gupta?
Yes, you wanted to say something else.
Today is the 5th. We have 12 days. That's not including 2 Saturdays, so that's 8 days. That's too much to ask.
I thought about that as well. Go ahead.
May I? Yes.
If you'd like to
So we
say
have.
what we already
What
are
do we
doing?
do? Yes, I am. So this is not the first year that we've recognized this. I know it's been done in years past, but it was communicated to all of the social studies department chairs at the secondary level, to all principals, to all assistant principals, that it is a requirement for us. We receive federal funds, so it's a requirement for us to provide an educational program on the Constitution on the day, and this day happens to fall on a Sunday this year. So we are asking that the week prior to that, that our teachers do a lesson, not just a bullet point in something that they've already done, but that they do a lesson, and these lessons have to be submitted to the curriculum and instruction department, not so that we are holding them accountable per se, but so that we're creating a bank of lessons for the future. So that if, Dr. Edwards did something in her class that was a great activity, a great lesson, next year I might choose to do that, and vice versa. So we've provided them with some resources from the U.S. Department of Education, as well as some additional resources, and we've asked again that they submit those. So we certainly could ask them to send us pictures. It is a short amount of time to ask them to do that and to get someone to put a video together, but we have been and we will continue to recognize Constitution Day.
All right. Do you think it's a possibility that the National Suicide Week will compete for time and attention?
No.
You don't have anything going on that week for?
Not that's, that it might be in a discussion for, social emotional learning that day, but it's nothing that's been organized by. It's just an awareness on our calendar, so we like to make our community, our school community, but as well as our other community aware of all of the, different weeks that we recognize. But to my knowledge, there's nothing that's been pre-planned, pre-organized for that week.
Okay. I went on some kind of walk or march for the National Suicide a year or two ago. So that's fine if you want to stick with that. I just think that to emphasize the week, since there's nothing there, that would be something good to implement. And like she said, they can put something there if they want to, but I didn't know about it until 2 months later. I don't know how long it took for them to put the montage together, but at least they had the materials. So like she's collecting the curricula, we can collect those montage items and then put something together for the future or in the near future. That would be great. So just to reiterate, place those words in the calendar, the LCS calendar, notify the schools, encourage the schools to take these videos and photos and submit them, and then allow for the distribution of 7,000 plus Constitution booklets.
Hey.
I would make a motion to implement these 3 items.
Just a second.
We have a discussion or?
Oh, first a second then.
We'll discuss it. Yeah, I'll second it.
Now do we have a discussion on?
So the school calendar, the school calendar's been set. You just saying we put something on the digital calendar somewhere?
Right, the digital calendar, not the board or the other parts, it's just.
And then someone will deliver the pamphlets to each school, so the principals, so they can pass them out?
Right,
I just don't want to have extra staff. Hey, look, I gotta send Reed out to the warehouse to pick up some,
Nope.
But somebody will deliver them right?
That's right.
They do that, I guess. Just drop it off in everybody's desk or something.
Dr. Carter?
So what prevents me from coming back next year, say I want to put out 7,000 copies of something else? But is there a vetting of anything that we have to do?
I haven't seen the resource.
Right, it has to be the Constitution and Declaration of Independence, if they're the common booklet that's a standard mini booklet for that. If you want to do some type of verification of what it is, we can.
I personally don't need to vet the Constitution, but I'm going
What
maybe something else in there. I don't want
Because every book we use, we have a process to go through,
Right, and the reason is because it's a Constitution Day thing. It's not something, everyone can just, I'm going to put out some other non-recognized.
Periodical, yeah, I mean.
Right.
Where are these booklets coming from? Maybe that'll answer the question.
There's two sources that I know of. One is a gentleman named Randall in Colorado, and the other, Jeff Helgelson, has the source. There's a gentleman who said that he said he has 7,000 plus ready to go. So.
Well, would
we
it
can
make
get that-
sense, since it sounds like you've already got something in place to observe Constitution Day, would it make sense for us to observe Constitution Day this year, to get a few of the booklets so that somebody can peruse them to determine and then perhaps expand the celebration or acknowledgement for in the future?
I would think the thing to do is just deliver some number of copies to each principal and let the principal decide how to distribute them.
And I trust you. If you look at it, it's the Constitution and that's it, or the Bill of Rights. If you say it's it, and there's
If you're
nothing else, I'm
concerned
good
that the
with that.
booklet is not the Constitution, I don't know if that's the concern.
Can we do that? Can we just do that?
Just do
I
what?
mean, so what if someone else just wants to bring back 7,000
This is
copies?
a U.S. Department of Education requirement, as Ms.
I mean,
Boyd
but
said.
is that part, is that from the US, whatever they?
There was a website that I have, was trying to look for,
Yeah,
that
but how do we just can't pass out documents.
U.S.
Well, they're not
This is-
It's
this
been
is-
vetted.
They're.
Well, it says Constitution,
Yes.
it says Constitution, but that could be put out by anybody or could have anything in it.
From what I've seen, it's always discussed like this, but it's always, it's available, it's been done before, and we just haven't done it here. That's all.
I think one of the things, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Fine.
Jeff and some other people, I don't know, I'm just saying that it was brought up in conversation that they wanted to stand out in front of the buses, and when the kids were coming in, they'd have volunteers passing them out. Not to put the burden on teachers or on the principals, but volunteers would go to the schools with these and hand them out. That was one of the things that was in an email or something sent to me. And I just figured it would have been brought up to you directly as a board, but this is an email that I'm remembering.
We have a policy for volunteers to come in, right? Then, background, if anybody comes into the school building, there's a process in place for them to be vetted out.
I was just bringing it up, I'm not suggesting,
So-
I was just bringing up that was
So it's
mentioned.
like, we cannot have anybody walk in to the school
Right.
building. There's a process in place for them to walk in. But Dr. Edwards, delivering to a school principal, is that doable?
Again, having not seen the resource, unless we just gonna
Okay.
trust what.
So
that said,
contingent on.
but most things, even if it's one of our educational partners that we deal with, we usually look at it,
Yeah.
put eyes on it and make sure, because ultimately, if we misstep, it's on us.
So what's the procedure for
That
that?
we, well, usually we go through curriculum instruction and schedule time for the appropriate people to look at it, look at the resource, so.
So contingent on, so, go ahead.
Dr. Carter?
So are we just trying to frustrate parents to no end? I mean, what are we doing? Are we just trying to make parents just say, you all are the most bizarre school board? Let's don't stress them out anymore.
How's this a
It's,
stressor?
it's too soon. We don't know what this literature is. It's Constitution, right? But what else? We need to vet this. We have 8 days. It's too much.
Does Hegelson have this material already?
I believe so.
If he has it already, can he send it to curriculum instruction to have them look at?
We can make this contingent on that. If these three parts, if that one doesn't fly because it has some kind of commentary or something that's just too much, then we can just cut that part out and approve the other two, and then that's fine with me. If it is a strict Constitution and Declaration of Independence, then that can just be that would just continue. That will just go. So
What
we
you're
can put
saying
that
is
in the wording.
material is contingent on approval by CNI.
The distribution is contingent on approval by CNI before the 15th.
So we would need to get a representative copy to them as soon as possible.
Yes,
And
So
would
here
you take
we are.
responsibility for seeing that that happens?
yes.
And so here we are pushing something else on.
And I would, just a quick counterpoint. I tell you what, when my criminal offense days, there are so many, I used to love to talk to the younger people because they don't know their constitutional rights. So I think it's, on the instructors, but it is a great learning tool for them to see, hey, you don't have to submit to unreasonable search and seizures.
Yeah.
I mean, so that little thing alone, I can't tell you how many younger people did not know their basic rights and got themselves into trouble where they didn't need to get into trouble. So from that aspect alone, and that's a certain young, it's an older high school student. I think it's a good idea. And I'm just gonna, I trust him. It's Constitution. You vet it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
It's the law.
If we look
Yes.
at curriculum section looks at it, and
Right,
it's
and
what it says it is, they give it to the kids, yeah.
And I will take it directly to who it needs to go to
Do we have to
first.
take a vote?
Absolutely.
Yes,
There's a motion.
we need a motion.
Motion is there.
Seconded.
So,
Any further discussion?
any further discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Mr. Gilio,
Yes.
Mr. Andrews,
Yes.
Mr. Charles,
Yes.
Dr. Day,
Yes.
Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
Dr. Carter,
No.
Mrs. Preston.
I'm not sure what the motion is. That we observe Constitution Day, that we observe and distribute, or, I'm just not sure. I want to make sure I'm hearing
Yes, ma'am.
exactly what you're going to do.
I motion that the board implements the emphasis of Constitution Day by A, placing the words National Constitution Day or Week on the calendar. B, notifying or encouraging each school to take photos, do videos of their lessons on the Constitution.
Okay.
And 3, on the contingency of approval, that it's just a declaration and/or the Constitution in a booklet by the appropriate administrators, to the distribution of these pamphlets one time, sometime during Constitution Week.
Okay, yes.
Mr. DePaul,
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-1.
Right, and you got informational items up there? Thank you. Right?
One comment on the informational items. I
Yes.
think everybody received an email from our attorney, Hope Towns, today, asking for people to think about questions regarding the unitary status that they would like answered from the legal counsel that would be here, both in open and closed sessions at our work session. We would like to know in advance any questions we might ask so that they can be prepared to respond.
What we have done is, instead of having an all-closed session, we parsed it up in 2 pieces. One open session and legal advice will be in the closed session. So, thank you. Motion for adjourn?
Yes.
Adjourn.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you.